Want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real as Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Our goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing $50 each for the whole year. You can make this possible. RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And an ad posted on social media reminds us who we're dealing with in the Oval Office right now.
It's midnight in Washington. The lights are finally going out in the Capitol after a long day in the impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. You can't trust this president to do the right thing, not for 1 minute, not for one election, not for the sake of our country. You just can't. Bing, bing, bong, bong. He will not change, and you know it. History will not be kind to Donald Trump. I think we all know that, not because it will be written by never-Trumpers, but because whenever we have departed from the values of our nation, we have come to regret it, and that regret is written all over the pages of our history. If you find that the House has proved its case and still vote to acquit, your name will be tied to his with a cord of steel and for all of history. He has betrayed our national security. He has compromised our elections, and he will do so again. You will not change him. You cannot constrain him. Truth matters little to him. What's right matters even less, and decency matters not at all. We have proven Donald Trump guilty. Now do impartial justice and convict him.
While we air that, well, Donald Trump is actually suing local TV stations for airing ads such as that because he doesn't want the people to actually see and know what he's actually done. Every single night, we've got some of the top black experts. You're not going to see them on cable news or broadcast news because you swear black people aren't experts when it comes to this health crisis. That's why we have this show and why we do what we do every day on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Joining us right now is retired General Russell Honore, the nation's first black Surgeon General, Dr. Joycelyn Elders. John Hope Bryant, he's the founder of Operation Hope. Senator Kamala Harris of California, Dr. Sadrina Calder, retired General Lloyd Austin, Congresswoman Karen Bass, Commissioner Omari Hardick, Bureau President in Brooklyn, Eric Adams, Dr. Joseph Graves, America's Wealth Coach, Deborah Owens, Dr. Corey Abear, Patel Saul, Howard University student, Pastor Jamal Bryant, Dr. Christy McDowell, Benja Ajilore, senior economist at the Center for American Progress, Gilda Daniels, again, author of the book, The Crisis of Voter Suppression in America. 4 stars, General Kip Ward. Dr. Oliver Brooks is president of the National Medical Association, president of the American Medical Association, Dr. Patrice Harris. Joby Benjamin,
Dr. Alexia Gaffney, infectious disease specialist. Dr. Georges Benjamin, executive director of the American Public Health Association.
Malcolm Nance, family medicine physician Dr. Jen Caudle, Dr. Tashaka Cunningham, a molecular biologist, Kat Stafford. She's a national race and ethnicity reporter for the Associated Press. Dr. Wayne A.R. Frederick, who is the president of Howard University. Congresswoman Yvette Clarke from the state of New York.
William Spriggs,
AFL-CIO economist. Andrea James, executive director of the National Council for Incarcerated and Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls. All right, let's go to Capitol Hill. Congressman Gregory Meeks, Congresswoman Eddie British Johnson of Texas, Congresswoman Barbara Lee,
Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar,
mental health clinician Jamie Singletary, Prince George's County State's Attorney Aisha Brayboy, as well as Dylan Hayrie, ACLU Justice Division strategist. Dr. Cindy Duke, she is a virologist. Principal Steve Perry of Capitol Prep. Health and wellness specialist Dr. Yolandra Hancock. Desmond Meade, president of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. Cliff Albright, who is the co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Michael Harriet with The Root. Mina McWhorter, founder of Love by the Hand. Dr. Julianne Malveaux, economist, president, Emerita Bennett College. Coroner Michael Fowler is the mayor of Atlanta. Keisha Lance Bottoms, mental health therapist Suzette Clark. Justin Gibney, attorney and political strategist, and Bishop Vincent Matthews Jr. Dr. Suzette McKinney, CEO and executive director of the Illinois Medical District. Dr. Leon McDougall, president-elect of the National Medical Association. Jana Bailey, mayor of Moss Point, Mississippi. Mario King.
We're going to keep driving this thing to make sure our people are fully aware, safe, protected from coronavirus. You getting the top medical experts, the top business experts, top political experts, top religious experts, because that's why we do what we do. Unapologetically and unfiltered. Ain't nobody else in the black media space doing what we do. Watch Roland Martin Unfiltered daily at 6 p.m. Eastern on YouTube, Facebook, or Periscope, or go to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered Daily Digital Show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Our goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing $50 each for the whole year. You can make this possible. RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real as Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered Daily Digital Show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You can make this possible. Folks, Donald Trump is leaving the hospital today after being diagnosed with COVID-19 and spending just 3 days there. Of course, interrupted by a spin around the block yesterday to greet his fans, which is pretty stupid. As of today, there are 7.45 million confirmed cases of coronavirus and 210,000 Americans have died. His treatment and quick release is raising lots of questions. Of course, he took to Twitter. You want to talk about just crazy, folks. Let me pull up this tweet to show you literally the level of ignorance of Donald Trump. He sent a tweet out today saying that he was going to be leaving the White House, but listen to literally what he said in this idiotic tweet, which looks, what, has he taken it down? Because I was going to pull it up here, where he actually announced before the doctors did that he was going to be leaving at 6:30, and talked about how, basically how he's beaten coronavirus and he hasn't felt this good in 20 years. Yo, I don't even understand the logic behind that. But some folks did have something to say about it, of course, when he went. The Rep. Replies had this to say, and Alex, he was really on point.
This message for the president. You finna quarantine. Quarantine? So you're trying to listen? Listen? You don't listen? No. Don't come talking about this some CDC guidelines. You don't listen to CDC. Remember? CDC don't know what they talking about. I dare you disrespect mega land like that and start listening to directions. Y'all don't listen to no directions. Y'all is the directions, remember? You finna quarantine. You scared. You scared. Get out of here. Back in these streets. these people want to rally tonight, man. And you in the bunker. Get out the bunker and get back out here in these streets. There ain't no corona. You finna quarantine. We in this together. No, we ain't. Y'all in this. We ain't in nothing. Sleepy Joe. He's weak, Sleepy Joe. But now you want to quarantine. Get out here now. In these streets. Throw some more Get back on Air Force One. And I better not see no masks on you. You don't wear masks. Y'all don't wear masks. You want to quarantine. Oh, you tested positive for COVID. Ain't no COVID, bitch.
Joining me now is Dr. Christy McDowell, a microbiologist and CEO and founder of Baby Scientists, Inc. Dr. McDowell, glad to have you on Roland Martin Unfiltered. We've had all these news conferences with his doctors not wanting to release some information. There's no way in the world this man gets coronavirus last week, all of a sudden taking these experimental drugs and should be leaving the hospital, potentially infecting others. We already know 19 people who have been at the White House have tested positive. Today, Kayleigh McEnany, the press secretary, who yesterday addressed reporters without a mask on, and she kept saying how she tested negative. Well, guess what? Today, she tested positive. This is an example of you can come into contact with somebody and test negative for 3 or 4 days and then test positive.
That's exactly right, Roland. Thanks for having me today. The president leaving the hospital is completely and totally reckless and is totally dangerous because he is still highly contagious. He has active virus in his body right now. And he also has a very high viral load, meaning he is very contagious. And so going to the White House, he can spread it so easily. And I saw in a van photo when he went to go greet his people outside of Walter Reed, he had on just a simple little face mask. He needed an N95 mask on, for someone who has active coronavirus in their body, who is totally infectious. And walking around the White House, the staffers, he's putting them at risk. And one thing that people forget is, yes, those staffers may be wearing masks, but another portal of entry is through the eyes. And so just because he may have a mask will not protect them from getting coronavirus if he is in the White House. Another thing that's important to remember is that the White House doesn't have the level of filtration that a hospital does. The hospital has the high-end HEPA filters that can filter out viral particles. The White House does not have that. And the CDC put back on their website today to confirm that the virus is airborne, something that he and his administration and his followers want to deny. This virus, once it is in the air, can stay in the air for a matter of time, which is significant, before it will fall to the ground or disappear. So it's very reckless and dangerous for him to be going back to the White House because everyone is going to be at risk.
This is, and the thing about it is, when you look at staff, I mean, these folks are going back home. Kellyanne Conway, she tested positive. Now her daughter is freaking out on TikTok saying, hell, she may have infected me.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, before Kellyanne mentioned it, her daughter put on TikTok and was like, Mama's around here coughing her butt off, around the house, which was a major sign because, you saw at the Rose Garden conference when Kellyanne was talking to Barr up close. She's at home with her family. And that's what will happen with the other staffers in the White House who do not have the medical capabilities, access to the drugs, and access to the level of care that the president does. These people who have regular health care will not have that type of care if they get sick, and they won't have the ability to get steroids and, investigational drugs and antibodies to fight off the disease and feel like they're 20 years younger. So that's the danger in it all, is that these staffers could contract that virus and take it home to their children, families, and many people live with their elderly parents, and that will be dangerous as well.
The thing that, again, this is still, all of a sudden he's trying to act like, hey, I beat this thing. You got Republicans running around saying, Trump, he beat back coronavirus. 210,000 people are dead. There are a number of people having the after effects. And also, let's be clear, 99.9999% of Americans don't have free health care, don't have access to the experimental drugs. The drugs that he's getting, only 300 people have been able to use these experimental drugs so far.
That's right, Roland, because the drug that he's being administered is remdesivir. It is an investigational drug that is still in clinical trials. It's still in a clinical trials phase. I believe it's in clinical phase 3. He also was able to get a antibody concoction, and antibodies are the proteins that our body makes. And these antibodies were isolated from people who previously had coronavirus, so they are able to attack the virus directly. And so these are drugs that no one in the world has access to right now but him. And so people who on regular health care, who have no health care at all, will not have access to these drugs. And that's what makes his transfer back to the White House so dangerous, because his staff, drivers, the butlers, the cooks, they don't have access to this type of health care that can provide those level of drugs that he is getting. And so for him to say, don't worry about coronavirus. Yes, people still need to worry about coronavirus. It's out here. It's alive. It's infectious. People need to wear their masks. They need to continue to wash their hands, and they can need to continue to social distance, because those are the things that will keep us safe, us regular people out here in these streets.
One of the things that, again, jumps out when you talked about that N95 mask, first of all, which is very hard to actually get for those of the rest of us. Is it a cloth mask with a filter? So exactly what should the rest of us be wearing as well?
So, yes, like you said, the N95 masks, they are the type of, they are medical grade masks. Those are masks that the hospital staff will wear, the doctors, the nurses. It's also masks that scientists will wear when we work with infectious diseases such as Ebola, coronavirus, SARS. Those masks have a filter that is small enough to filter out a particle that is small like a virus. A virus is so small that it's you cannot see it with the human eye, and you have to have a high-powered microscope in order to see it. And so that the filter in those N95s is very important. And so for him, that is something that he should have been wearing so that he could block the passage of that virus. Now, for everyday people, yes, a regular mask will do, because there has been many scientific studies out that shows that the regular cloth mask that everyday people wear is just fine. Right? It will block, at least 75-80% of your spit that comes out when you talk, when you cough, when you sneeze. So those masks are totally fine, and I encourage everyone to continue to wear them. Now, for someone who is highly contagious as the president and who has access to everything, he should have been wearing an N95 mask to protect the people around him, especially being in a closed vehicle with his Secret Service detail.
All right, then. Doc, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Martin. I appreciate it.
All right, folks. Our panel, Dr. Avis Jones-Dweeber, political analyst, Eugene Craig, CEO, Eugene Craig Organization,
Teresa Lundy, principal founder, TML Communications. Folks, today on the campaign trail, this was Jill Biden being very cognizant of the need for social distancing. Joe Biden was standing way too close to reporters. She took it upon herself to move Biden back. Watch this. So again, you see right there where she's like, yeah, you need to pull you back. Right. That's what should be happening. We also, of course, are seeing right now this back and forth, how the Trump people are basically making light of Senator Kamala Harris. You have folks who, first of all, they've agreed to move apparently the podiums 13 feet apart. The Biden people, the Harris people are talking about potentially erecting a plexiglass barrier. This was the barrier that was in place on Saturday night. Jamie Harrison brought his own plexiglass barrier in his debate with Lindsey Graham. And then you have Katie Miller, who is a spokeswoman for the Trump campaign, basically making light of that. This is the same Katie Miller who's married to Stephen Miller, who actually got coronavirus earlier. And Teresa, the CDC recommends that if you're in the workplace, if you can, to erect such barriers.
I agree. This is the time where we cannot take our lives lightly. Millions have died globally and thousands have died nationally. And I think, for when the president gets coronavirus and his team is getting coronavirus, I mean, essentially it looks like the only people that are safe are the vice president's team. So it looks like they'll be moving in the White House pretty soon. But I think we're all over. We're seeing a national attempt to, okay, you know what? Maybe we will start looking at CDC guidelines. Maybe we will start taking precautionary methods. But again, if your life matters to you, then you need to be taking the proper protocols, hand washing, temperature checks, PPE, if you have it. If you don't, go get it. And make sure you share it with a friend. But, I know right here locally, we just got finished opening up at 50% capacity for restaurants indoor. That's a huge risk. Like I am still opposed to doing that. I'm also just still doing takeout at this time and cooking more at home. But I think it's to each his own. People want to feel comfortable, but at the end of the day, you have to be safe.
Absolutely. Bottom line here, Eugene, this is an idiot we're dealing with, an idiot who is all about attention seeking. He is so desperate for attention. That little drive-by yesterday was abysmal, putting those Secret Service agents at risk. He doesn't care. And so this whole deal now, the 6:30 deal, he's doing that to time it with the national broadcast outlets. He wants everybody covering him, getting out of the hospital. That's all this is.
Yeah, look, that's all it is. It's a big show for him, right? At this point, all they're concerned about is the next 30 days of his election. His health be damned. The thing is this. Friday when they
his health be damned and his staff and White House personnel's health be damned.
Yeah, well, look, it comes down to power, right? It's hey, we can't have this guy laid up in Walter Reed and the world, watching and his poll numbers steadily dropping. To the point where, Biden may rack up 400 electoral college votes because, now, Trump did his best to chase Corona. He finally caught Corona. As I posted over the weekend, I said my only regret is that the 210,000 people that have died from Corona of no fault of their own, I wish they had the same level of access to health care that this guy had, that spent, part of his time spreading misinformation about Corona, part of his time using his actual power to help the spread, and a part of his time doing his best to chase it to finally catch it.
Avis, what we're dealing with here is a psychopath. That's what his sister Mary Trump calls him. I trust nothing that his doctors say. They are not being honest and truthful to the American people. And frankly, when their lips are moving, they're lying.
Absolutely. And I completely agree. He is a psychopath because only a psychopath would have been as irresponsible as he was today with that particular tweet. But it's in line with how he acts anyway. I mean, just really think about this. He literally received hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of medical care. When you're thinking about everything that happened from his flight over there to all of the time that he spent there to his flight back and everything, I am sure he had at least, over $100,000 worth of medical care. Yet we know he just paid $750 in taxes. And we know that this sort of stunt, because something isn't adding up here. Something isn't adding up here. The timeline of when he got it or something's not adding up here is just not right. But he has been doing publicity stunts the entire time. All of those staged photos, now the staged exit, now to be as irresponsible as to, instead of talking about the importance of people being able to follow the guidelines and wear masks, he is in fact encouraging people not to. Put this in line with what he has done most recently. He's sidelined Fauci. He's even sidelined Bricks. And he's brought in someone as his main advisor who's not even an epidemiologist, but someone who is in fact in favor of herd immunity. What he is trying to do is he's trying to kill you. Basically, they have told you what they're doing. They have given up on coronavirus. They've just forget it. Every man, woman, and child for himself. And even though I'm going to have my privileged access to things that you will never get, including pretty much a smaller hospital-like status within the White House, you go ahead out there and do whatever you have to do, just as long as we can, quote unquote, get this economy back. I don't care. He doesn't care how many bodies he has to step over to do it. But I just hope that the American people can see through this so that they can make sure that he is the one that's going to be seeing the exit come November 3rd.
All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. All right, folks at Seek.com, of course, they black-owned company founded by Mary Spiel. They have a couple of great products that you can actually get. This is their VR headset. This headset, folks, allows for you to actually take your cell phone, pop it right into here, close it up, and then you can actually watch the VR content, the virtual reality content on Seek.com right there through your phone. Actually, it's pretty cool. You can also look at 360-degree video from other websites as well, and it puts you literally right there where the video was shot. And so they have this particular headset right here. They also have their 360-degree 4D headphones. And so these headphones right here, which are Bluetooth. Also, they have the headset, which you use for when for all you gamers out there. And then, of course, it has this amazing sound, really, which actually covers around. Typically, just have the headphones just right here. But this actually has a sound that goes all around your head. I love these headphones. Love listening to music with them and watching videos as well. And so, all you got to do, folks, is go to Seek.com, Seek.com. Use the promo code RMVIP2020. That's RMVIP2020 to actually try these out. And so that's what we want you to do. All right, folks. So again, go to Seek.com. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. All right, folks, we talk about what is happening in this campaign, the military. One of the issues, huge issue, that is, deals with the military. Close to 500 retired top military and national security officials from both parties have endorsed Vice President Joe Biden. In a letter signed by them, the group called the National Security Leaders for Biden, they said, quote, the current president is not up to the enormous responsibilities of the office. These experts include 22 four-star generals. The letter comes after an endorsement of Trump last week by 234 senior military leaders. Here is an ad that Joe Biden has targeted to the military.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
It should have been an easy day. Maybe about 5 minutes, 10 minutes into it, we come under attack. I just make a step. It felt like the blast tossed me maybe about 15 feet. I can remember trying to stand back up. My ears are just ringing, and I'm wondering if I'm going to make it home. I just really wanted the chance to put my arms around my wife and my daughters. Taught me that, you can't take anything for granted. Can't wait until tomorrow to say I love you. I gave 2 legs for this country. I got friends that never came back home. The guys that had their caskets draped with our nation's colors, those are the real heroes. And you mean to tell me you call them suckers? Losers? With all due respect, I think you missed it on this. A public servant is the greatest servant. I need someone in that White House that understands what it means to serve. I know Joe Biden understands the sacrifices that troops make, and that's the guy that I want leading this country.
Joining me now is Ginger Miller. She's the president and CEO of Women Veterans Interactive, Inc. Ginger, glad to have you on Roland Martin Unfiltered. When Trump was reported, Trump made his comments losers in reference to military folks. That's what also led Cindy McCain to come out and endorse Joe Biden. And it's very interesting to see Trump loves to wrap himself in the flag and how he loves the military, how he saved the military. But this is a guy who actually used the fake excuse of bone spurs to get out of serving and literally said, why would these people serve? And I think what's telling is that the person who he made these comments to is General John Kelly, who has not come out to say the story is wrong.
And thank you so much for having me tonight, Roland, and thank you for covering this segment. I am appalled. As a Black woman who has served this country, I am totally appalled that the so-called commander-in-chief would come out and call those of us who have served and sacrificed for this country and those of us who continue to serve losers and suckers. Like, I just can't make the connection. And then when you see the video that you just showed, it just brings tears to my eyes to know that this young man came home without legs. And that you have the audacity to call us losers and suckers. We need a commander-in-chief that, number one, has empathy, number one, tells the truth, and number 3, don't hide behind lies. Like, I'm just totally appalled. I've had enough of Trump. It's time for him to go.
Again, when you look at how he even attacks generals, supposedly I got all these generals, but every time someone disagrees with him, he attacks them. He's attacked Mattis, he's attacked McMaster's, he's attacked Kelly. This man does not have any respect for the military.
No respect for the military. He has a disregard for generals. Even when he says the term, the generals, as if it's just like a common term. These men have earned the rank of general. Put some respect on that. He has no respect. He's a sore loser. But what more can you expect from someone who has never served and sacrificed for this country? He doesn't understand. What he wants to do is win, and he'll do anything to win, even take down the troops. There was an issue with Russia where Russia put a bounty on the troops on their heads. Trump has not came out to address that issue.
Yeah, to this day, he hasn't said a word about that at all. Vote vets,
nothing.
Vote vets, they've really been criticizing him in a huge way. Not only that, according to the Military Times poll, more active duty troops say they will vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. This is the headline right here from Military Times on August 31st. Trump's popularity slips in the latest Military Times poll. More troops say they will vote for Biden.
As they should. Every troop should vote for Biden. You can't expect to go to Iraq and Afghanistan and go overseas to serve your country, and then you have a commander-in-chief back in Washington, D.C., who's putting a bounty on your head, or who's using you for a prop, or who's telling you, when your husband gets killed, well, he knew what he signed up for. Come on, where's the respect? When I think of Joe Biden, I think respect, I think integrity, I think commander-in-chief, I think trust, I think empathy. I just
go ahead.
I don't get it. We have a lot of work to do to get Joe Biden in the White House, and we're working diligently night and day to make sure that every veteran and every active duty person votes for Joe Biden. We need a commander-in-chief that we can trust. Trust is a big issue with Trump.
And again, he cloaks himself in this whole, this whole deal, but how he's also attacked Gold Star families, Khan and others. This is a video that Vote Vets put out. We'll talk about it.
I was 7 months pregnant when Derek deployed to Afghanistan. The day before our son was born, I found out that Derek had been killed in action. Michael never got to meet his father. Chip Roy was one of only 3 congressmen who voted to make Gold Star children, like my son, pay higher taxes on their survivor benefits. I don't think that Chip Roy cares about the sacrifices that families like mine have made.
Vote Vets and House Majority PAC are responsible for the content of this advertising.
I ran that because, again, you're seeing how this attack, again, how they love to put their arms around Gold Star families. Remember the brother who was killed, and his wife said when Donald Trump called, he made it worse.
Right. And I don't understand, where is the respect? Where is the compassion? And when you do things like this, you are lowering the troops' morale. You know, this is some of the reasons why folks don't want to sign up to go into the military, because you don't know what you're going to get. You sign up to serve and sacrifice for this country, and this country is doing nothing to support you. You know, I think it's very disrespectful. That woman in the video, her husband died, and now you want to tax the benefits? Something is definitely wrong with that picture. You know, it's definitely a sad state of affairs, Roland, that we find ourselves in this country. And when you look at everything that's happening now on the prior segment that you just had, when you talked about African Americans, as an African American woman veteran, you know, that's a double-edged sword for me. Mm-hmm. Because, you know, when after I got out of the military, I was homeless, and that's why I do the work that I do at Women Veterans Interactive. And I want a commander-in-chief who's going to have empathy to make sure that no other woman veteran is homeless again. And I know for a fact that Joe Biden will be that president.
All right, then, Ginger, look, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Keep the fight up.
Thank you for having me, Roland. Have an awesome night.
Thank you very much. Amisha, here's the whole deal here real quick, and that is Republicans, again, love to say, oh, how the military supports them. But the fact of the matter is this man has grossly disrespected the military, said he knows more than any general whatsoever. He has countermanded the military chain of command when they tried to punish a Navy SEAL, just gave him a pardon and said how you are not going to take his Navy SEAL insignia. That he does not care about that. He's operating as a dictator.
Your previous guest was spot on. I think that, you know, you don't have to be in the military to understand the sacrifice that servicemen and women have done for this country. And I think that the Republican Party, by and large, has, just like they co-opted religion, they co-opt the military as only being and serving them, and that, you know, their interests were the ones that were best covered by military service. And I think that Democrats were kind of wrong for allowing that to happen. But what we see with President Trump is a president who himself did everything he could, told every lie he could find, bone spurs, whatever he could pull out of the sky, to not have to serve himself. Meanwhile, demonizing and making fun of military leaders, but also people who've served in the military who have lost limbs. I mean, we know that harsh things that he said and other Republicans have said about U.S. Senator Tammy Duckworth. We know that he does not care. We know that this is an administration that promised to help those who are coming back from serving in the military who have mental health issues. And he developed a task force that has yet to reveal any types of recommendations, plans, or any funding towards those who are, you know, in need of mental health services. So everything that he said about the military, he does not live up to. President Trump likes to hug the flag. He likes to rally around it and talk about it. But when the rubber meets the road, the military service men and women current, as well as those who are out now, cannot and are back home in the United States, can no longer trust and can't put their faith in this president because Trump just simply does not live up to the things that he says on his stump speeches and while he's on the campaign trail when it comes to serving the military and making sure that they are elevated to the rightful ownership they have, not only of this country, but also that they get everything that they need when they are returning, and so that they can fully become, you know, full citizens of society.
Rob, here was a video Vote Vets put out, a World War II vet, making it perfectly clear about service.
I enlisted in the U.S. Army Air Corps in World War II. I was on baton. We fought the good fight with what we had, and it wasn't enough. I was a prisoner of war slave laborer for 42 months. We were forced to perform unbelievably brutal manual labor. That was probably one of the worst conditions a human being can be put in.
He's not a war hero.
I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you. None of the fellows that I served with who are no longer with us are suckers. They are not losers. Donald Trump disrespects everyone who served in the military. What's worse, he lies about it. We need to vote Donald Trump out of office. And we need to vote out any politicians if they continue to support Donald Trump.
Can't get any clearer than that, Rob.
No, it really can't. And, Trump will use anybody, and I've said this on the show, he will run over his mother if it can help him succeed in life. He's a con man. He is good at, he just wants to entertain and he wants to keep power, and he will use entertainment. He will use power, and he will use anybody. He'll use this country. He'll use race. He'll use sexism. He will use whatever it takes to keep power and to divide this country. And he thrives on us being divided. And so I hope that more folks in the military understand what's going on. It's not about a Democrat versus Republican. We have a president, as you know, who said he doesn't know if he's going to step down if he loses. I mean, I'm going to take him seriously on that. I don't think he's just saying that. So, I hope that those who do serve, who serve our military, and those who understand service, understand that this man is not about service. He's just about himself.
All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just 1 moment. As our community comes together to support the fight against racial injustice, I want to take a second to talk about one thing we can do to ensure our voices are heard. Not tomorrow, but now. Have your voices heard in terms of what kind of future we want by taking the 2020 census today at 2020census.gov? Now, folks, let me help you out. The census is a count of everyone living in the country. It happens once every 10 years. It is mandated by the U.S. Constitution. The thing that's important is that the census informs funding, billions of dollars, how they are spent in our communities every single year. I grew up in Clinton Park in Houston, Texas, and we wanted new parks and roads and a senior citizen center. Well, the census helps inform all of that and where funding goes. It also determines how many seats your state will get in the U.S. House of Representatives. Young black men and young children of color are historically undercounted, which means a potential loss of funding for services that helps our community. Folks, we have the power to change that. We have the power to help determine where hundreds of billions in federal funding go each year for the next 10 years. Funding that can impact our community, our neighborhoods, and our families and friends. Folks, responses are 100% confidential and can't be shared with your landlord, law enforcement, or any government agency. So please, take the 2020 census today. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real. As Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You can make this possible. Last night's presidential debate in Cleveland between Donald Trump and Joe Biden was an absolute unmitigated disaster. First and foremost, Chris Wallace could not even control Donald Trump, who kept interrupting people. One analysis showed that Donald Trump interrupted Joe Biden some 76 different times. Biden interrupted Trump about 15 times. Have no idea, folks. Here's a roundup of what happened last night.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African-American community.
So, President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
He did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that.
Well, the biggest part of the debate came on the issue when Chris Wallace asked Donald Trump about white supremacists. This was the defining moment of last night's debate.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared to
do
specifically
do it?
Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got to be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what his FBI. His FBI director said.
Well, then you know what?
We're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're moving.
When a bat hits you over the head, that's not an idea.
Everybody in your administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas.
Antifa is a dangerous,
all right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump and Biden records.
They'll overthrow you.
When a president, I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term.
After being roundly criticized, even trying to send his surrogates out and White House staffers and campaign staffers to say, oh, no, he did condemn white terrorists. He said this today.
I don't know who the Proud Boys are. I mean, you'll have to give me a definition, because I really don't know who they are. I can only say they have to stand down, let law enforcement do their work. Law enforcement will do the work more and more. As people see how bad this radical liberal Democrat movement is and how weak, the law enforcement's going to come back stronger and stronger. But again, I don't know who Proud Boys are, but whoever they are, they have to stand down, let law enforcement do their work.
Mr. President, you misspeak when you said stand by. That's my first question.
Just stand by. Look, law enforcement will do their work. They're going to stand down. They have to stand down. Everybody. They have to stand, whatever group you're talking about, let law enforcement do the work. Now, Antifa is a real problem, because the problem is on the left. And Biden refuses to talk about it. He refuses to issue the words law and order. You saw that last night when he choked up. He can't say the words because he'll lose the rest of the left. So he's got to condemn Antifa. Antifa's a very bad group.
So, Mr. President, let me follow up. White supremacists, they clearly love you and support you. Do you welcome that?
I want law and order to be a very important part. It's a very important part of my campaign. And when I say that, what I'm talking about is law enforcement the police have to take care. And they should stop defunding the police like they've done in New York, I just told you.
But do you denounce them? Do you denounce
I've always denounced any form of any of that you have to denounce. But I also, Joe Biden has to say something about Antifa. It's not a philosophy. These are people that hit people over the head with baseball bats. He's got to come out and he's got to be strong and he's got to condemn Antifa. And it's very important that he does it.
I want to see profiles not encouraged. Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler.
He has been very clear that there is no place for racism in this country. So, I think we just have to look at his words and his actions and to understand that he has done more to lift up African Americans than any president in recent history.
You want to see a weak-ass black man? Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Do you find that concerning, the president's refusal last night during the debate to condemn white supremacist groups?
I think he misspoke in response to Chris Wallace's comment. He was asking Chris what he wanted to say. I think he misspoke. I think he should correct it. If he doesn't correct it, I guess he didn't misspeak.
I was on social media and you had some black MAGA lovers saying, oh no, the Proud Boys, they're not racist. They're not white supremacists. Watch this.
I started this gang called the Proud Boys. And
the Proud Boys?
The Proud Boys.
What's Proud Boys about?
We will kill you. That's the Proud Boys in a nutshell. We will kill you. We look nice. We seem soft. We have boys in our name. But like Bill the Butcher and the Bowery Boys, we will assassinate you. Now, part of the reason I agree to do the talk is because I'm allowed to bring all my guys. And we can fight our way in and fight our way out. Beating the shit out of these people. I think it's our job to do it. And the cops to turn a blind eye. If you're wearing a MAGA hat, as Sal is right now, Sal's in the studio, folks.
Oh my God, it's Sal Cipolla. Where are you from?
Out here.
Wow, you came a long way.
If you're wearing a MAGA hat and some guy with a slightly punk demeanor comes up to you and says, hey, are you Sal or are you pro-Trump? Choke him. Trust your instincts. Don't listen to what he has to say. Choke him. If I do a video where I say, how about we start throwing bricks? Is that legal? You can't call for violence on a specific person, but can you say they're throwing bricks? We should throw bricks. Can you call for violence generally? Because I am. Fighting solves everything. We need more violence from the Trump people, Trump supporters. Choke a motherfucker, choke a bitch, choke a tranny. Get your fingers around the windpipe. I want violence, I want punching in the face. I'm disappointed in Trump supporters for not punching enough. Get a fucking gun. Get ready to blow someone's fucking head off. I've even killed people in my dreams. That's how awesome my gun is. Get in trouble, get arrested, get fired. Let's all get in this together. They can't kill us all.
Yeah, I got green tips, man. Those go through at least 3 bodies.
Oh, beautiful. Plop. I love the way he falls on his ass. They said, you want to go? I said, yeah, I want to fucking go. And I punched him in the face. And then Coulter emailed me later and she goes, conservatives never punched anyone in the face. Finally, things are turning around. And then Malsberg goes, you're not advocating violence, are you? And I go, I absolutely am. It's a wonderful, effective thing. This is a fucking war.
The Joe Biden campaign did not wait to drop this ad.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared to specifically
do it?
Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. You want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
white like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
Let's go right to our panel. A. Scott Bolden, former chair, National Bar Association Political Action Committee. Robert Patillo, he's executive director for the Rainbow Push Coalition Peachtree Street Project. Lauren Victoria Burke writes for NNPA. Monique Presley, legal analyst, political commentator. I want to start with you, Lauren. Absolute disgusting what we saw last night from Donald Trump. The Presidential Debate Commission, they've already announced changes. At the next the moderators now will be able to cut the microphone of anyone who goes over their allotted time and interrupting someone else. Last night was all about Donald Trump wanting to unleash chaos.
Right, and so I guess there's going to be a lot of cutting of the microphone. Obviously, what we saw last night was a lot of fear and insecurity coming from Donald Trump, who I think at this point knows he's going to lose. I really think that to a large extent, we need to really think hard about what happens from November 4 to January 20. You know, that was a desperate performance from somebody who knows that they're about to lose an election and be rolled out of office. Donald Trump, as we all know, barely got into office. He lost the popular vote. He's well aware of that. When you see him make these desperate calls to his supporters to show up at the polls, this obviously embarrassing, though not surprising, you know, oh, I misspoke on white supremacy, just like he misspoke in 2016, not being able to disavow David Duke. At this point in this, it's pretty obvious that people like Tim Scott, some of these other Republicans who, at this point, this is willfully ignoring a white supremacist in the White House and willfully being on the wrong side of that, one would think, easy to be on issue. I mean, the fact that Tim Scott today can't disavow what the president did last night is just unbelievable and incredible. You either agree with the president or you just don't understand how stupid you look at this point, defending somebody that is an out and out racist in front of the entire nation. And you don't get that. You don't pick up on the fact that the train is leaving the station. First of all, it should have been picked up on years ago. None of what happened last night was new. None of what happened last night was surprising. But for people to come out today after watching that last night and still be defending this president, I've sort of moved on to the point where I feel like I'm beyond Donald Trump. Because to some extent, I've been watching Donald Trump, unfortunately, my entire life because I grew up in New York. So I was used to seeing Donald Trump in the background all the time. But now I'm to the point of asking, what are these people doing in the Republican Party supporting this person at this point? What can you say?
This is real simple. This is real simple, Robert. Power. This is power.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. But Donald Trump played that debate like a fiddle last night. He was able to bait the host. He was able to bait Joe Biden. He was able to obfuscate. He was able to filibuster to the point that we aren't talking about the fact that we have a president who was impeached earlier this year, and we did not mention it during the debate. We find out that this president is $500 million in debt to unknown individuals around the world. We barely talked about it at the debate. The fact that he has not paid taxes in a decade, and when he did pay taxes, paid about $700. That did not get the proper vetting during the debate. President Trump knew he could not win on the facts. He cannot win a balls and strikes game, so he decided to do guerrilla warfare. Don't let your opponent get a straight answer in. Don't let the moderator ask a question. Make sure that you play the clock. Run out the clock until you get to the next topic. Then you slide in your culture war stuff. You slide in your conspiracy theories. You're talking about Hunter Biden. You're talking about random internet conspiracies. You're seeding the media beforehand by saying Joe Biden is on a performance-enhancing drugs, that he had plastic surgery, that he has an earpiece in to feed him answers, that there's a teleprompter there that's going to allow him to read off the answers. President Trump figured out how to play the media years ago, and he is still playing them, and that's why we're not talking about any substantive issues from last night. That's why we're simply caught on all the distractions.
No, we are talking about substantive issues because the reality, Monique, his statements regarding not wanting to condemn white supremacists. Also, last night, Joe Biden, when he talked about Antifa, Trump wants he got to condemn Antifa. Biden last night, Monique, quoted the FBI director, Christopher Wray, who said Antifa is not an organization, it's an ideology. And then Trump's like, I disagree with that. The reality is this here. Biden, I thought the strongest moments when he finally said, the hell with Chris Wallace, the hell with Donald Trump, I'm going to look directly at the camera and talk to the American people. I do believe last night we had substance, and the substance is you got a crazy, deranged crank who was even more crazy than we're used to, and you saw calm, focused, clear Biden compared to Trump. That contrast has shown up in various polls on who won last night and how this is going to solidify, I believe, this race for Joe Biden. Monique.
I believe that that is true, that you did see a leader and you did see other than leader. I don't know, though, obviously there was a winner for last night, whether that tilted the few, like 2, 3, 5 undecided voters in the United States of America right now or not. I agree with what the last panelist said, that this was a calculated approach by Team Trump, because they did prep, though they lied and said they barely prepped. He said his prep is being president. No, he had sessions. And what they figured out is that there's no way that he could win because he doesn't have enough on substance. He doesn't have a record that would prop him up. He doesn't have anything convincing to say about the pandemic or the economy or jobs. He's lost on all of those issues, and he doesn't have a command of the information. So instead, disrupt, disrupt, disrupt. And that is a very old debating tactic, which I'm sure Scott's on the panel. He would agree with me. If you can't do anything else, just throw the whole thing over and run down the clock. And that's what his team obviously did. They just let him go. Obviously, you could see he wasn't sedated. He wasn't on any of the meds he's normally on. He was out there being his rambunctious self. He stuck to every one of his talking points, not the points that the team gave him, not the points that are in the briefing books, but the talking points that are in his head. He was very consistent about those. I mean, he brought up all of his oldies and he had some new goodies, and he did what Trump does. Now, obviously, that's not what we want in a president. I couldn't hear you, Roland.
But here's the deal. I got to pull Scott in here, because Scott, here's the deal. You saw all that take place, but the bottom line is this here. It's not a question of the undecideds. It's also, how do you drive your side out? The Biden-Harris team raised $3.8 million between the 10 p.m. and the 11 p.m. hour last night. That is about intensity. This race is going to come down to which side is more intense when it comes to the polls. And I think last night it further pissed off Biden supporters.
Yeah, I think so also. And Robert, I think him being disruptive was just outrageous, if you will. And I think the plan worked against him. We cannot forget that. But I tell you, folks, last night I saw desperation, and I saw a man that was unhinged in the middle of a political campaign that he's losing. And I kept thinking to myself, we got to get ready for November 3rd and afterwards, because this is a foreshadowing of what we're going to see. He didn't just not denounce the Proud Boys or white supremacists. He dissected it. He never denounced them. What he said was, stand back, stand down, as if he was their commander-in-chief. Listen to me, Roland. And then that stand by and stand down was almost, well, let the police handle the violence, but that has nothing to do with their white supremacist philosophy. And he's going to come back to them after November 3rd when he loses, whether it's by a wide margin or not, and he is going to activate his supporters, the Ku Klux Klan, the Proud Boys, whatever you call them. And by the way, why do you need a name to denounce white supremacy? Are there some that you would not denounce, but others you would denounce? Well, that makes absolutely no sense.
And here's the deal. You did have substance last night because you did hear Joe Biden hit him on the issue of coronavirus. I understand that. I understand that. But I understand that. My point is this here. You did have Biden talk about coronavirus. You did hear him talk about the economy. You did him talk about those issues there. And again, I think what you're now dealing with, sure, you got Mr. Chaos and want to throw it out there. I believe the tactics, even Joe Biden, exasperated, shaking his head, sitting here, will flash a smile. But when he finally said, man, just shut up. And so it was clear. It was clear what he was doing. But this, again, Lauren, this election comes down to intensity. And that is this here. If by seeing this, and if it happens in the second debate and the third debate, It reinforces we are so sick of this dude. We have got to go vote. I think that, Lauren, is how the debate psychologically impacts the voting electorate.
Roland, I think that your point is really well taken, but the problem I'm having is that I felt like watching Biden, I still have this sense of the Democrats bringing a knife to the gunfight, okay? You got to come out with a little bit more energy than what I saw from Joe Biden last night. And I think it was Robert's point, interruption is a strategy. Name calling is a strategy. Narrative change is a strategy. Breaking another person's train of thought is a strategy. Lying is a strategy. Trump employed all of that last night on Biden, quite frankly, pretty well, because Biden, for some reason, got into it where he was stopped talking. He wouldn't, frankly, I think Joe Biden was great, just like you just said, Roland, when he punched him in the mouth. I did not like the staring at the moderator. I think that Biden should have stared right at Trump and said what he was saying. I think that has a lot of power on camera.
But Monique, one second. But Monique, I thought about last night as I watched that, and then I saw the analysis. I saw people. Here's the deal. I think, Monique, there were a lot of people who wanted Joe Biden to go toe-to-toe, to want him to fight. And you know what I thought about? I thought about a conversation you and I had when you went on Tucker Carlson. And when I said, he's going to expect you to come in hot. And I said, Monique, don't come in hot. You lower it. Keep an even tone voice. And then at a certain point, start laughing at him. That's what Biden did. And it allowed for people to say, who's the crazy dude? That's the calm one. That's the one who's keeping it together. That's the one who's not rude and disrespectful. That's the deal. Biden can't fall into, you can't go toe-to-toe with crazy because crazy has no limit.
Absolutely. And you obviously were right when you gave me that advice. And when I was on last night on IG Live, I was just kind of giving some analysis, and I hearkened back kind of to my old days at Howard Law School when I was on trial team and training, and what we were told or erasers were thrown at us was, you're speaking to the judge and you're speaking to the jury. You're not speaking to your opposing counsel because you are not debating them. You are bringing a message forward. So Biden was sticking to very good debate prep when he was looking dead at the audience and when he was addressing his comments to the moderator. He did the couple of times, will you shut up, man? That was great. Those were timed. Those were fine. But the other important thing that I want the people who are listening to understand is what our president of the United States displayed last night. There is no black man or woman in America who could get away with that in a court of law. There is no white woman at the head of leadership in America who could get away with that. You doubt me? Think 2016 when Hillary Clinton probably wanted to say, will you shut up, man, and some more stuff. But she knew she was diving through sexism and misogyny landmines that were the size of giants. So if any black man had tried to do half of that and lose decorum like that, lose respect, he would have gotten stepped back. He'd be in an orange jumpsuit in 30 seconds. There's no orange jumpsuit for Trump yet, and that's why he's fighting the way he's fighting, because he knows if he doesn't win, he's going to jail.
But Scott, here's the deal, though. Again, what I need people to understand, when you examine this whole deal here, Biden was by no far perfect. Let me be real clear, okay? But there were clear moments where Biden did focus on policy, and one area where Trump could not wriggle out, it was health care, which is the number one issue among voters. And when Trump could not even state, I got a health care plan. He's tried the whole, I'm swinging and throwing. Dude, you still have no plan.
That's right. That's right. And so another tactic we use in the courtroom when we have a recalcitrant witness is your cross-examination. You have short, tight questions. You demand short, tight answers. And if the witness doesn't have any, you just continue to pepper them. And on health care, on his COVID response, too, you may be talking about both. Biden was really tight and sharp on it. He said what he had to say. He spoke the truth, and all that Trump could murmur or mumble through were I'm not trying to get rid of Obamacare. We did more than any other country. You did more than any other country to bring in 20% of all the cases, if you will, and 200,000 people are dead and counting. And so he was really good and effective there. But remember, whether he looked at the camera or looked at away, Biden questions and statements were tight and right on healthcare and COVID. You're right. It was the most effective part for Biden, and that's why it was most effective against Trump and him being a complete ass. I got to tell you, I don't see any upside.
Well, of course. Here's the deal, Robert. Next debate, obviously, you got the rule changes. But if I'm Biden and I go back and watch that tape, after the moderator asks a question, stop looking at the moderator, the hell with him, and do what he did. When he leaned in and went right to the camera, I'm watching this and I'm saying, what he's saying is, damn, all of this other nonsense, I'm talking to you. That, Robert, has to be duplicated and replicated over and over and over again in the next two debates. Go ahead.
I agree with you, and I think that was probably the part that Trump probably did the best at, which was being that disruptive force. That he was able to interject. He was able to throw Biden off of his talking points. Whenever Biden is jumping down into the mud of the trailer park with Donald Trump is winning. That is his territory. He's a reality TV star. He might as well have been a Housewives reunion with Andy Cohen moderating instead of Chris Wallace. So when Biden would slip and say you're racist, when Biden would slip and say you're the worst president ever, when Biden would slip and say shut up, man, you're now falling down and dropping down into that trailer park with Donald Trump, and that's where he thrives at. So I think it has to be, now that you've seen it once, it's almost like that Houston Rockets small ball offense. The first time a team saw it, they didn't know what to do when you had a 6'5" dude shooting threes at center. But then when they got to the playoffs, you had a couple games to prepare for it, you're able to shut it down, and that's why the Rockets go home every year. So I think it's important for Joe Biden to take, now that he's seen it one time.
Robert, to get your ass whooped bringing up my Rockets now. Don't get your ass whooped.
It was appropriate.
I mean, ain't like your Hawks have done any damn thing, but go ahead.
Or the Falcons, for that
matter. The whole point is learning how to adapt and adjust on the fly. Don't think this is not a debate from the 1970s going by the Roberts rules of order. Maybe he needs to binge watch E! and a couple reality shows for maybe a week or two to get back into it, but he's going to have to come out stronger. Otherwise, Trump will dominate the news cycle instead of the actual winner of the debate.
None of those tactics.
But you know what, though? Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's the deal, though. Here's the deal, though. But here's the deal, though. Also talk about dominating the news cycle. Here's what he's dominating: white supremacists, Proud Boys, and the Proud Boys are actually making it worse for him because you know what? They're embracing it, and so he now has to deal with that. And his goal was to appeal to suburban white women. Trying to be buddy with the Proud Boys is not. No, hold up. I'm gonna go Lauren and Monique first. Lauren, it ain't the smartest strategy thinking you're gonna appeal to them suburban white women who he's losing in droves by pumping up the Proud Boys.
Yeah, that was an unforced error, obviously, from him running his mouth and being stupid and racist. But that's who he is, and he So that's what happened. I mean, I do think, though, that Biden has to figure out a way not to go down the rabbit hole when he gets interrupted. What Trump does when he interrupts is that he changes the narrative. He changes the course of the discussion. And Biden follows him. And I'm like, what are you following him for? Like, talk about what you want to talk about, just like Trump talks about what
You're
Trump
right.
wants to talk about. So that's a...
You're right. No, you're 100% right. And Monique, the strategy, this is the strategy. You stand there, and when he starts yapping, this is what Biden does. Are you done? Are you going to still be so arrogant and interrupt? See, here's my deal. You don't look at him, and you go, I'm going to finish my point when you stop being a blabbermouth. You, whatever you like, but you never, because here's the deal. When you look at him, he's now got your eyes locked. That's why Trump kept looking at him. What you do is you give his ass a wall. You let him, you don't even look that way. You don't even look down. Let me know when you done sitting here blabbering and not answering a question. Still not answering a question. And here's the deal. Or what you do, Monique, You keep talking. I know it's disruptive, but you don't even accept the bite. You keep talking, and then the moderator says the two of you can't talk. We'll tell him to shut up. You keep going.
Right.
I think that we're kind of dealing in extremes, and what Vice President Biden gave us last night and needs to continue giving us is a balance in the fight. Because yes, you need to stay on point. You need to be looking to your real target audience, which is the American people. But also every now and then you got to punch them in the face. Because you're dealing with a madman who's on the stage next to you. And so I think that has to happen too. That's not what you constantly do. You don't punch. But I believe that he has to continue to do both. Because you know why? Vice President Biden, when he was up there, he was saying things that millions of Americans have wanted for 4 years to say to this president. And
such
it
as,
was
will
the
you
first
shut up?
opportunity. Yes. And
exactly,
so I'm saying those are not errors, unforced or otherwise. Biden was being Biden, and I'm like, Uncle Joe, I know you're listening to your debate prep, and I appreciate that, but every now and then he needs to let one rip and cut that fool down to size, because that gained him people who were like, yeah, it's not just Trump who calls a spade and a thing and a fool. We're about to get a new president who is going to say, hey man, shut up, you're talking crazy, you don't pay taxes, you're a criminal, go somewhere. So we need both. We need both.
And it did
hold
not
on, real quick.
sound inappropriate by the time
hold on. Wait, 20 seconds. Robert, 20 seconds. Scott, go.
2 points. One, when Trump is appealing to white supremacists, you're operating under the assumption that the majority of America is not compelled by a message of white supremacy. America is built on white supremacy. The founding documents of this nation are white supremacy. The soil itself is based upon white supremacy. So when Donald Trump makes an appeal to it, don't be surprised when that goes over well. And secondarily, we've seen what happened in 2016 when Marco Rubio tried to jump down into the trailer park mud pit with Donald Trump. He lost. When Jeb Bush went to the trailer park, he lost. Ted Cruz went to the trailer park. He lost. Donald Trump is the trailer park champion, so you cannot beat him at his own game. You have to beat him on policy.
Yeah, but I don't think Biden's trying to do that. I don't think he was trying to do that last night. He was exasperated like the rest of the audience when he said, man, just shut up. When he said you were the worst president. Every time he insulted Trump, it was in response. It was a counterpunch, if you will. And those counterpunches hit home because it's what the audience was thinking and the voters have been thinking for the last 4 years. You were the worst president. You're lying. You caused COVID. All of those were counter punches, and I think he played it just right. He didn't get down in the garbage stall. And if there is a second debate, or if he participates, because we haven't talked about that, regardless of the rule change, I don't think he's going to get down in the garbage land with him ever.
All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. All right, folks at Seek.com, of course, they black-owned company founded by Mary Spiel. They have a couple of great products that you can actually get. This is their VR headset. This headset, folks, allows for you to actually take your cell phone, pop it right into here, close it up, and then you can actually watch the VR content, the virtual reality content on Seek.com right there through your phone. Actually, it's pretty cool. You can also look at 360-degree video from other websites as well, and it puts you literally right there where the video was shot. And so they have this particular headset right here. They also have their 360-degree 4D headphones. And so these headphones right here, which are Bluetooth. Also, they have the headset, which you use for when if you're for all you gamers out there. And then, of course, it has this amazing sound, really, which actually covers around. Typically, you just have the headphones just right here, but this actually has a sound that goes all around your head. I love these headphones. Love listening to music with them and watching videos as well. And so, All you got to do, folks, is go to seek.com, CEEK.com. Use the promo code RMVIP2020. That's RMVIP2020 to actually try these out. And so that's what we want you to do. All right, folks. So again, go to seek.com. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov.
I'm Olivia Troy. I was Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to Vice President Pence and served as Vice President Pence's lead staff member on the COVID-19 response. You know, I'd been on the COVID task force from day one. I mean, the virus was very unpredictable at the beginning. There were a lot of unknowns, but towards the middle of February, we knew it wasn't a matter of if COVID would become a big pandemic here in the United States. It was a matter of when. But the president didn't want to hear that because his biggest concern was that we were in an election year, and how is this going to affect what he considered to be his record of success? It was shocking to see the president saying that the virus was a hoax, saying that everything's okay when we know that it's not. The truth is, he doesn't actually care about anyone else but himself. He made a statement once that was very striking. I never forgot it because it pretty much defined who he was. When we were in a task force meeting, the president said, maybe this COVID thing is a good thing. I don't like shaking hands with people. I don't have to shake hands with these disgusting people. Those disgusting people are the same people that he claims to care about. These are the people still going to his rallies today who have complete faith in who he is. If the president had taken this virus seriously, or if he had actually made an effort to tell how serious it was, he would have slowed the virus spread. He would have saved lives. It was the opportunity and honor of a lifetime to be able to serve in the White House. I put my heart and soul into this role every single day. But at some points, I would come home at night, I would look myself in the mirror and say, are you really making a difference? Does it matter? Because no matter how hard you work and what you do, the president is going to do something that is detrimental to keeping Americans safe, which is why you signed up for this role. It was awful. It was terrifying. I have been a Republican for my entire life. I am a McCain Republican, I am a Bush Republican, and I am voting for Joe Biden because I truly believe we are at a time of constitutional crisis. At this point, it's country over party.
And it is our responsibility to impact our public policy, impact those people who are out here there to represent us, which means that every single one of us must be engaged in this election. Oh, let me be perfectly clear. There's no perfect candidate. Joe Biden is not perfect. Donald Trump is not perfect. But what you can do is be real honest and look at exactly who is saying what and who is doing what and who has done what. What we also have to understand is what are going to be the impact of those decisions? What will be the impact of the judges chosen by a particular candidate? What will be the impact when it comes to education, when it comes to health, when it comes to housing, when it comes to economics, and not all this other nonsense that are filled with stuff. I'm talking about the real stuff and not the lies. Earlier in this show, if you missed it, go back and check it out, where I deconstructed Donald Trump's insulting platinum plan. What the hell kind of name was that anyway? I broke the whole thing down where he's lied. Donald Trump has lied about what he's done for HBCU funding. Donald Trump has lied about, the best economic news for black people ever. It's all a lie. Just like it's a lie that he's a billionaire. It's a lie that he's a great businessman. His daddy's money helped him. Now, if you're sitting at home and you're saying, well, I don't like what Joe Biden did 20, 30 years ago. Okay, that's fine. I don't like what Kamala Harris did when she was a DA or Attorney General. That's fine. But answer this. How can you say you're supporting police reform when Donald Trump says there should be no police consent decrees? How can you say you support changing communities when Donald Trump goes to Kenosha, Wisconsin, doesn't meet with community, doesn't meet with the family of Jacob Blake? No, he actually meets with law enforcement. Actions don't lie. And I'm telling you right now, black people, black women, black men, other people out there as well, you do not want to see what giving this man 4 more years will mean. If you think you've seen crazy in the last 3.5 years, you do not want to give this man 4 more years. And the Republican Party will not stop him at all, because all they care about is power. Power. All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just 1 moment. As our community comes together to support the fight against racial injustice, I want to take a second to talk about one thing we can do to ensure our voices are heard. Not tomorrow, but now. Have your voices heard in terms of what kind of future we want by taking the 2020 census today at 2020census.gov? Now, folks, let me help you out. The census is a count of everyone living in the country. It happens once every 10 years. It is mandated by the U.S. Constitution. The thing that's important is that the census informs funding, billions of dollars, how they are spent in our communities every single year. I grew up in Clinton Park in Houston, Texas, and we wanted new parks and roads and a senior citizen center. Well, the census helps inform all of that and where funding goes. It also determines how many seats your state will get in the U.S. House of Representatives. Young black men and young children of color are historically undercounted, which means a potential loss of funding for services that helps our community. Folks, we have the power to change that. We have the power to help determine where hundreds of billions in federal funding go each year for the next 10 years. Funding that can impact our community, our neighborhoods, and our families and friends. Folks, responses are 100% confidential and can't be shared with your landlord, law enforcement, or any government agency. So please, take the 2020 census today. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. Well, folks, Donald Trump was in Atlanta today unveiling his plan for Black America. It is called the Platinum Plan. Quite interesting. He presented this in front of a group of African Americans. He designates the KKK and Antifa as terrorist organizations, called for making lynching a national hate crime, and also they want to make Juneteenth a national holiday. Now, according to the plan, according to the campaign, the plan will increase access to capital in black communities by almost $500 billion and create 500,000 new black-owned businesses. Here's Donald Trump talking to y'all. And then, of course, when he's done, I will deconstruct this entire plan.
And I'm here today to announce a brand new plan to deliver more opportunity, more security, more fairness, and more prosperity to black communities. We call it the Platinum Plan. Platinum Plan. And that's a contract with black Americans, and it's going to be something that people talk about for a long time to come. If you vote Republican over the next 4 years, we will create 3 million new jobs for the black community. Open 500,000 new black-owned businesses. Increase access to capital in black communities by $500 billion. And this includes investing in community development, financial institutions, and minority depository institutions. Build up peaceful and safer urban neighborhoods with the highest standards of, and you know this, of policing. We want the highest standards. We have to have highest standards of policing. Bring even greater fairness to the justice system. We did criminal justice reform. We remember that. Even greater, we will create a national clemency project to right wrongful prosecutions and to pardon individuals who have reformed their life. You saw Alice, right? We love Alice. She had another 24 years to go. Can you believe it? She served 22 years. She had another 24 years to go. It was ridiculous. And she is a great woman. Create a ladder of opportunity for African American children by delivering school choice to every parent in America. So important. Give black churches the ability to compete for federal resources for their communities. bring better and tailored health care to address the historic disparities that we've had for so many years. You know that. This includes investing in treatments for kidney disease, diabetes, high blood pressure, sickle cell disease, and maternal mortality. Advance home ownership and wealth building in the black community. Bring more manufacturing back to the USA, which we're doing anyway. And back to the inner cities, which have been largely forgotten, although not so much in the last 3 years when you get right down to it. Thank you. And Democrat policies that import low-wage foreign workers from overseas to replace black workers in our inner cities. Joe Biden cares more about the citizens of foreign countries than he does about black Americans living in our own country. I will always put Americans first, and that includes, very, very importantly, black Americans. And there's much more in our plan, which we're releasing today, so we'll get everyone a copy, and it's actually been very well received, and we appreciate that. The Platinum Plan is a bold vision that we can and really will achieve over the next 4 years, and we'll be able to do it, if not sooner. Unlike my opponent, I'm not a career politician, thank goodness. I get results, and I keep my promises.
Now, in the same thing, he talked about, how he has led this record investment that guarantees funding for HBCUs. All week, I used to see me rocking HBCU gear. Today, I'm representing Harris Stowe out of St. Louis. So, is he lying? Yeah, let's talk about this. First of all, let's talk about it with Dr. William Spriggs. He's the economist at Howard University, and Walter Kimbrough, president of Dillard University. Walter, I'm going to start with you. Okay, Donald Trump keeps touting how he has saved HBCUs, how he has made funding permanent for HBCUs so they don't have to keep coming back to Congress every year for asking money. You have been tweeting about this. You are an actual HBCU president. So I would think you probably have a good idea if this funding is permanent. Is what Donald Trump is saying false? Is it true? Is it false? Is it a flat out lie? What is it?
Flat out lie. And it just drives me crazy because particularly for the program that got funded, there are over half a dozen federally funded programs for HBCUs. He's talking about this one program that started as a pilot program by George W. Bush for 2 years. That program died when President Obama got to office, and everybody beat him up to say, look, you need to keep this money. So then President Obama comes back like, all right, I hear y'all. I'm going to make it a 10-year program. So it's a 10-year program.
So hold on one second. That's right. It was a 2-year pilot program. You say it died, meaning it was over, meaning Congress had to reauthorize it. Okay. Right. First of all, that program, what is it and how much money are we talking about?
So it was a 2-year program for $85 million a year for HBCUs.
So $85 million that was shared with multiple HBCUs. $85 million.
$85 million.
Okay, go ahead.
$85 million. So then President Obama took that and made it a 10-year program, $85 million a year. And it also is additional money for minority serving institutions. So you'll hear some people say it's $200 million a year, but that includes the Hispanic serving and Asian Pacific and all of that. So it's a 10-year program. So it started to die, and people started lobbying to the Trump administration before in 2018 to say this program is about to die. We want to continue it. He let it die too. Alma Adams came back and wrote the new bill called the Future Act, which made it another 10-year program. And then wrestling with some of the Republicans, it ended up becoming a permanent bill, but they can still only fund it out for 10 years. So we'll wait to see what happens in 10 years. But as he said today, it's a 10-year program, $85 million a year, which is exactly the same thing that we had under President Obama. So
let's be clear. Again, I had Congressman Alma Adams on this show. This was not a plan that originated from the White House.
No, not at all.
It was not. Congressman Alma Adams, who also got with Republican Mark Walter from North Carolina, whose wife is a Winston-Salem State graduate, They were the co-chairs of the HBCU Congressional Caucus, drove that thing through. So when Trump is saying, I made it permanent, he's talking about a single program that's $85 million a year.
Exactly. That's all he's talking about. And when he takes credit for it, people will defend him and say he signed it. But this bill passed both the House and the Senate with a veto-proof majority. His signature was performative. Let's just call it what it is, because there was no way he was going to veto something that was already veto-proof. So he didn't do anything. He never even tweeted about it saying, hey, let's support this. But after it passed, he's like thanking Lamar Alexander. He's thanking Ivanka, who's I don't think ever been to an HBCU function, and didn't even mention Alma Adams, which is the height of disrespect that he treats black people with.
And in fact, it passed the House. It was held up in the Senate by Lamar Alexander, and Congressman Alma Adams was putting pressure. Why? Because she came on this show talking about that very issue. Now, when he says record funding, I've increased HBCU fundings than what Obama did. True or false?
Also a lie. Funding has increased, but if you look at his budgets, which they call the skinny budget, which comes out the beginning of each year, every year his budget has either been flat for HBCUs, or the year when he cut out the $85 million, it was actually a cut. So he can't say I've even asked for more money. But his first year, he blew up everything because he had to have his military stuff. So he went in and they added to the budget like a 20% increase. That's when Rand Paul went on the floor of the Senate and raised hell saying, look, when Democrats are in control, the Republicans are the conservatives. But when Republicans are in control, there are no conservatives. He was pissed because now they're going to spend all this money. So when they increased the budget, Kamala Harris and Doug Jones came back to say, y'all got this new money. Let's give the HBCUs more money, which is a 14% increase. So when you hear people say he increased HBCU funding the first year by 14%, I can show you the letter where Kamala Harris and Doug Jones asked for that money. He didn't ask for it. If you look at his budget, it's zero increase. So he's taking credit for other people's work. And every year he comes back. Flat budget for these programs, for the 2 Title III programs, for the minority, for the HBCU graduate programs, for the HBCU master's programs. They're always flat. And then the money goes up because Democrats come in and work with Republicans and increase the funding. And then he says, look what I did. I did all this for you. So all of that is a lie. None of his budgets support what he's saying now. Yes, the money went up, but he didn't ask for it.
Last point for you. I've had people who, oh, my goodness, Kimbrough's making up. There's a photo. You were one of the HBCU presidents who was here in D.C. when they took photos in the Oval Office. So it's not like you were not in the room.
Right. There is one photo that has me in it. Now, I'm not in most of them because when it went down and Omarosa said, we are going into the Oval Office, right then and there, I knew this is a setup. This is not good for us. And so I am actually in the back of the room next to the picture of Andrew Jackson. So in 90% of the pictures, you will not see me. I can show you a picture that shows that I was there, but I wasn't trying to be in those because now anytime there's a story and it's bad for black people, that's one of the pictures that they use. So
No. But the point I'm making is you were there. You know what was said. You were sitting there listening to it. And so when somebody says, that's just sour grapes, and also for the MAGA people, how long have you been an HBCU president?
I'm in my 16th year.
At 2 different institutions.
2 institutions.
As president. So that's for all the folks who say he don't know what he's talking about. He's sort of making this whole thing up. Anything else our audience needs to know about the truth about Donald Trump and HBCUs?
All of it is inflated. The things that he should take credit for. So, for example, Dillard was one of 4 institutions impacted by Hurricane Katrina. We had a loan that did get forgiven under this administration. Secretary DeVos worked on that. I was in meetings with her. They can take that as a win. They brought back Summer Pell. They can take that as a win. But there are other things that happen. We've lost the Perkins loan. We've had TRIO programs and Upward Bound programs lost from HBCU. So it's a mixed bag, but he always presents it as, I've done all this, I've saved you, when there are some losses that we've had as well. And then he made up some stories about things he did for us, like allowing faith related institutions to get federal funding from the HBCU Capital Finance Program when we were already getting that money. He gave a speech last year in DC saying, I had all this change. So he made up a story, and then he never did an executive order to show that he did what he said he was going to do. So that's the problem. It's
hold up. That was an executive order that he said he was going to do. What was that executive order supposed to be?
It was supposed to make sure that faith-based religious institutions affiliated HBCUs would be able to have access to the HBCU Capital Finance Program. But we already have access to that program. We're actually getting that money now. So when I heard the speech, I was like, what are you talking about? We already have access to this money. And so he says, I've done this for you, but then he doesn't go back and create an executive order to do what he said he was going to do anyway. So he made it up, and then he didn't follow through with a made-up executive order to fix the made-up problem.
Walter Kimbrough, President, Dillard University. We certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
All right, folks, we're going to further continue our deconstruction of this platinum plan with economist Dr. William Spriggs, of course, economist with the AFL-CIO, also Howard University. All right, Bill, so let's, first of all, it's an insult, the name of this, the Platinum Plan. I guess he thinks that's going to appeal to black folks who like diamonds, gold, and platinum. So let's just sort of deal with that. But I want to take this thing through, and I want to go one by one, because I'm calling this a deconstruction for a reason, because we did the exact same thing with Joe Biden's plan, where we went through this whole deal and we laid out exactly in terms of what it calls for. And so let's deal with this that he's touting. First of all, we're going to go to the first thing, 3 million jobs. He said, let's just, pull the other graphic up, y'all, and we're going to switch between the two. So go there. First, 3 million new jobs for the black community. Did he say how that's going to happen?
No, he didn't. But let's remember he's in the hole, because we have fewer jobs than when he took office right now.
He took office, black unemployment was 7.5%. It drops down to what, 5.1% in late 2019. Right now, black unemployment is what, 13%?
Yes. I don't count the drop, because what counts is what's the score.
Right. So the point is,
I don't care that you tell me at halftime we were ahead.
Right. So it was 7.5% when you came in. It was here. Now it's 13%. So when you say I'm going to add 3 million new jobs, all you doing is talking about I'm going to replace what we've lost.
What he lost.
What he lost, right. Since he want to claim everything. All right, next one. He says create 500,000 new black-owned businesses. How?
He doesn't say how he's going to do it. If he doesn't address discrimination in lending, he can't. And we saw what his Treasury Department did. The payroll protection program rolled out, and black businesses were disproportionately hurt because their competitors got loans, they did not. And we know that within that short space of time, we lost a way disproportionate share of black jobs, while his Treasury Department did nothing. It took Congress to come back, reauthorize the PPP program, and direct that the money went to CDFIs, community development financial institutions, and minority depository institutions, so that the money would get to black businesses. $1 late.
But here's the other deal. But we've also we're losing.
He had an opportunity to just keep the number of businesses, and he failed.
We've been losing businesses because of COVID, and so when you say you're going to add 500,000, same thing. You're trying to add what we've actually lost. So let's go to the guys. Pull the next one up. Put the graphic up, please. Come on. I need the graphic. Come on, no, the graphic, please. Thank you. Thank you. That one. Increase access to capital in black communities by almost $500 billion. Okay, but here's the piece. Y'all, read the details. Come down to my graphic, please. Where the $500 billion comes from is seeking infrastructure funding that will lead to widespread growth in the annual $500 billion federal contracting opportunities. He's talking about the same money. So
that's right.
That's not 500 new billion. He's like, oh, I'm just touting what is over here in the infrastructure plan.
But that's infrastructure. That's not two black businesses.
Precisely. Keep going. That's just again walking people through. Next item on the graphic. All right. Safe urban neighborhoods with the highest policing standards. That's a waste of my time. But you know what? Let me just do this here. Now, let me go to my deal here. So let me go right down to that one. So here's what's quite interesting about that. Because this is the detailed plan that I have right here. So he says that, y'all gonna love this one. National Clemency Program, got that. This is right here. Restore safety to America's great cities by working with police departments. I'm gonna bring in Rob and Amisha right here as well. And accountable models of policing, including diversity training and accreditation standards. Rob, how can you say you're going to have diversity training for cops when you just got rid of diversity training on the federal level?
I was going to make that point. You know, he has an executive order getting rid of diversity in training, and he has an executive order where he doesn't want us to tell the truth about history. He says, so we don't want to deal with the fact that we've had racism. And he says this line in his executive order that says, you know, the Civil War dealt with this, and people are acting as if we were built on a racist country. We were, and we still haven't gotten rid of a lot of things, and we need to deal with it and really tell the truth about it. So he's not even telling the truth of history. He doesn't care about diversity and training. He is doing this to make some white people, and I guess the few black people that are supporting him, feel like they have something to talk about. Like, okay, we know you're saying racist stuff. We know you've done all this stuff. So we got to have something. And now he can just give them this talking point, like, I'm going to help black people by doing this. The man has been there for 4 years, and you're going to tell me 45 days before the election you got your black plan? You can say black people now? I mean, I'm just saying.
Amisha, I'm looking here again under this whole deal of fueling access to capital for black-owned businesses. He says increase opportunities for small business lending and technical assistance through community development financial institutions in order to grow business and create generational wealth opportunities with over $400 billion in lending. Then he says, examine alternative ways to build credit, including rent, utilities, and phone bills. Make the Minority Business Development Agency permanent. Appoint its leader to the Assistant Secretary of Commerce level. Create a sub-office of African American affairs and engage with private sector advisors to ensure real-world plans and solutions. Increase the number of black-owned contracting businesses, financial services entities, and private equity investment funds through regulatory reform and up to $40 billion in government funding alongside traditional private investment. Advance lending relationships with financial institutions, particularly those businesses who weren't able to participate in PPP. Host senior executives from major financial institutions on a quarterly basis to advance new and equitable lending programs for black communities. All of this stuff that he said that he wants to do in the second term, he hasn't done in the first term.
He could have done it first. He could have done it in first. Hell, he could have ran on it in the first term. He did not. There was nothing stopping President Trump, who also, be mindful of people, his party also has the Senate. He could have done this immediately, long ago. Like, there is nothing stopping him from doing any of this. But to the point mentioned a minute ago, we have a president who is now listing off things that run in direct contrast to the things that he says on his stump speeches. He's not somebody who cares about race and equity. He thinks of those things as unpatriotic. And if you talk about them, then you're not American. He does not care about lending practices that disproportionately affect African Americans. And we've seen that time and time again. He won't even have a sit-down conversation with the NAACP or the National Urban League when both of them and their CEOs have spoken to these issues directly and have plans that I believe it looks like he lifted literally out of those plans some of the language that he's using within this new, very odd framework of this platinum plan, which sounds a little sketchy in and of itself. But I think that what President Trump is doing, and it's not to get the black vote, he already knows that that's not really going to happen for him. What he is trying to do is to mitigate some of the disastrous commentary that he's had that makes some white people feel uneasy, particularly some white suburban women. So when you talk about there being this racist rhetoric and you talk about there being, all of the issues that the Black Lives Matter movement has brought to the forefront, this is a president who now is saying through means testing and through hearing a lot of what, the white people in the street who are holding BLM signs are saying is that, hey, maybe if I put together this plan and bring out some trinkets of black people to Atlanta, because be mindful, the majority of the folks who were at that Atlanta gathering today weren't from Atlanta, they flew in from other places, then maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to show to good meaning white people who otherwise would not, be fervent supporters of his, that I'm trying to do something. Be mindful. He could have done this months ago. He could have done this years ago. If he wanted to actually implement these plans, he could have done it. He knew that the PPP loans, by the way they were designed, they were not meant to help Black businesses.
But I want to go through this because, again, I'm looking here and I'm just sort of laughing, Bill, because he says grow minority-owned businesses with additional tax cuts to stimulate hiring and investment. Bill, have the tax cuts overall for all of America, have they stimulated hiring and investment?
No, the economy actually slowed after the passage of his tax credit. So when you look at the growth of Black employment, it was already underway when President Obama was president. And so what you look at is a path that actually slowed, and of course now it collapsed on him. But the Minority Business Development Agency is under his control. He doesn't need the Senate or Congress to do some of the things that he mentioned there. Instead, he undermined that agency. He gutted that agency. So for him to now say, oh, but if I get reelected, I'm going to do something different, as if he didn't undermine it before. And the PPP, as I mentioned, he knew that it was failing Black businesses. That was directly under the control of the Treasury. He did nothing. It was only when Congress stepped in and reauthorized the additional amount of funds and directed them explicitly to minority-owned businesses that you saw the PPP program respond. He had his first time at bat. He whiffed. He totally missed the ball. The more damaging thing, he says, is later in this plan when it comes to Black home ownership.
No. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. I'm going to get to that. Hold on. I'm going to take it by section. In his plan, he says, encourage onshoring and development of domestic manufacturing to increase supply chain, business development, and employment. Sounds great. Has manufacturing jobs, have they increased or decreased under Trump?
They've decreased, and in key states, Ohio and Michigan, the auto industry has, in fact, stalled and faltered under his control.
So today,
those jobs, the steel jobs that he promised, because of his war that he declared was going to get us back jobs by his reckless use of tariffs, did not, in fact, generate new jobs in that industry. So his track record on that is that this is not materialized. He totally bungled the whole world atmosphere when it came to trade, when he attacked the Paris Accord, and instead of using the green economy as a way to leverage the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and actually get us rules that would benefit manufacturing, he went in the opposite direction, undermined the whole credibility of all the exercise, and we've lost jobs under him.
Right. So in his speech, he touted, I'm going to. He lied in his speech because I listened to all of it, saying we brought jobs back home, we've increased manufacturing. That hasn't happened. Now let's go to the education piece here. Federal, state, and local community partnership to close failing schools to replace them with full school choice and education opportunity to put American parents back in control over their children's future. Well, the reality is you can't on the federal level, you can't close schools. Those are local decisions. It's not going to happen. I'm a supporter of school choice, but what he's laying out, okay, remember, during the campaign, he announced his school choice plan at a failing charter school in Cleveland, Rob, that had a score of an F that was founded by the founder of K-12. And I said, it's pretty stupid to announce a plan at a failing charter school. Well, that's how dumb he was. Continue to protect the vital role of HBCUs. That's it. It's a line. Don't know what the hell that means. Increase the amount of Pell Grants and allow for vocational employment and second change homecomers. I don't even know what the hell that is. Has he increased Pell Grants, Bill?
He did in the summer, but as you heard from President Kimbrough, the rest of what he's done to students is to undermine the program because he's cut all the support for their parents. So this is a great letter that Leslie Baskerville has written on behalf of NAFIO in response to this repeated claim that Trump wants to make, that the little bit that got added, and as President Kimbrough pointed out to you, not because Trump asked for it, not because he asked for it, but the things he did ask for undermined their parents, the things that made it harder for their parents to get money, to survive, and now to have jobs. He undermined our students in so many ways. that his efforts really made it more difficult for us to do this, not easier. And so simply adding the summer takes away the Perkins loans that you heard President Kimbrough mention. Those Perkins loans are the ones of the job training that you just mentioned in that sentence. He attacked the Perkins loan and took them away. So to say I'm going to do something by bringing them back, okay, but you destroyed it. So I'm going to give you credit 4 years from now for putting back what you took away. That wouldn't make sense.
I love this one here under healthcare, Rob. He lays out all this sort of stuff: reduce costs, opportunity to be in charge of your own healthcare and choose your own doctor, eliminate longstanding healthcare disparities. Really, that's a single line. No other detail there. Investments into the cause and cures of kidney disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, sickle cell disease, maternal mortality, and other diseases that disproportionately affect African-American populations. But he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, Rob.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you already beat me to the point there. And this is just like, do you remember, Roland and Amisha, do you guys remember Trump Steak? Do you remember Trump Airlines?
Yep.
Okay, well, most people won't, and that's because none of it worked. It all crashed, and it was all bullshit. This is what this is. So I'll just sum up what this plan is. It's Trump's way of just making it seem like he's doing something to not be racist, that he actually cares about black people, to make some white people in swing states feel as if they can be justified in voting for him. And maybe he's not a racist. No, he definitely is a racist. He's a con man. He's the same person he's been. So don't fall for it. There's nothing here. It's a nothing burger.
Now we're getting to the end of it. Prosperous black communities. And Bill, we'll go here. Champion federal policy reforms to advance home ownership initiatives. In his speech, Bill, he talked about how African Americans enjoyed the most prosperous moments in history under him. He said black home ownership was at its highest rates. No, that was under Bill Clinton. He talked about the same thing when it came to black wealth. No, it hasn't been under him as well. What the hell have they done with home ownership in the last 3.5 years? I've seen nothing.
No, but worse than that, the number one reason we don't own homes is because of discrimination in the housing market. And he undermined the Fair Housing Act. He took as many steps as possible within the time he's been in office to fulfill that other thing he's been saying to that other crowd. Remember how he told everybody, if you get Joe Biden, you're going to have Cory Booker as a neighbor. That was his signal that I am going to continue the policies I have been pursuing to resegregate, intensify the segregation of American housing. And that is what I'm going to deliver to you suburban voters. So his real actions stand in the direct way. It's the wall that keeps us from being able to own homes. He's making that wall taller.
Amisha,
he's not tearing down the wall.
Amisha, he says here, go to my iPad, make Juneteenth a national holiday. Do you recall when that could have been done in July? And it was Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin who refused to allow unanimous consent to make it a federal holiday. I don't recall Donald Trump saying, stand down, Senator Johnson. I don't recall a single tweet by saying, make this happen. Again, this is bullshit.
No, you're absolutely correct. Not only did he not say stand down, this is a president who acted as though he didn't know, and maybe he didn't know what Juneteenth was until after his plans to hold a racist rally were actually shot down. I think that a lot of this is basically word vomit, to say the least. It's President Trump literally Googling what black people want and then stealing from black organizations. Like I said, the National Urban League, the Congressional Black, the CBCI has actually pushed a lot of this stuff, the Congressional Black Caucus Institute. We've also seen it from organizations like the NAACP. But if you do a quick Google search of the top things that matter to black people, basically all he did was threw in these benchmarks that don't have any full or inclusive plan of actually how to get them done. He's not being informed by actual African Americans who are leaders in education, who are leaders in healthcare, who are leaders in housing, people who are actually fighting the good fight out here and have some very specific means of trying to make things better for African Americans across this country. None of this is informed rhetoric. These are empty promises, again, that he's not using or even directing towards black people. He's directing this towards white people in swing states because he assumes that because there are so many white people who locked arms with black people during the Black Lives Matter protests and the George Floyd protests, that now he has to say something because in those states, things are very tight for him. That's what he's doing. This is a last-ditch effort. There isn't a single thing on this list that he couldn't have done years ago if he wanted to do it.
Rob, prosecute the KKK and Antifa as terrorist organizations and make lynching a national hate crime. First, the FBI director, Christopher Wray, just testified the other day that Antifa is not an organization, it's an ideology. Two, make lynching a national hate crime. I'm sorry, do you recall Donald Trump telling Senator Rand Paul to stand down, who was blocking, again, lynching from a national hate crime, a bill that Senator Tim Scott co-sponsored with Booker and Harris? I don't recall Donald Trump saying jack. So when it could have been made a national hate crime, where was Trump?
He was doing what Trump does, saying some other bullshit that doesn't matter. I mean, this is what the man does. I mean, he figures out what to do with the moment and what can I say at this moment to make some people believe me and hope that it works. You know, I think Misha said it best. This word vomit. He's just throw some shit up against the wall, see if it sticks. I mean, this is what he's doing, right? And he's just taking some ideas and then letting people go with these talking points to say, see, I'm not racist. You can talk about these things. Never mind all the things that I've said. Never mind the fact that I encourage somebody to go out and kill some people again in Wisconsin. We're not going to forget that. That's one example out of many. Never mind that he called African countries shithole countries. Never mind. We can go through. I could be here all day. I mean, but it would take all the time in your show. I mean, the man is as divisive as they come. He's toxic. He's racist. He's a horrible leader, and there's nothing he can do to change that. Only we can change that. And hopefully
Bill, this is interesting. Fuel black. Go to my iPad. Fuel black farmers and access to healthy foods to address food disparities, and then favorable trade. First of all, they didn't even proofread this. Favorable trade deals to bring back manufacturing jobs and health black contractors, farmers, inventors, and consumers. I don't even know what that is, Bill.
Let's guess maybe they meant help.
Right. I mean help, not health. But fuel black farmers and access to health. Black farmers don't need access to healthy foods.
I'm going to assume that what he means is he's going to help black farmers get access to urban markets so that they can have more channels for supplying food.
I'm sure John Boyd would laugh at that one, but go ahead.
But again, he's had these opportunities. He's been in charge. He's had an opportunity to do all of these things. In fact, if you look at what he's saying there, not only did he rip it off from the Congressional Black Caucus in many points, but these are things that the House passed that the Senate failed on. And in essence, what he's saying is Nancy Pelosi is a good Speaker of the House. That's what he's saying. And so the next time you hear him say anything bad about Nancy Pelosi and how she's a communist and going to turn the American system into socialism, you just say, well, Mr. President, on when it came to black people, you thought Nancy was the greatest thing since sliced bread.
So I find this one very interesting, Amisha. We only got two left. Defend religious liberty and African-American churches that lift the conscience of our nation. Really? The man don't even go to church.
He doesn't go to church. I would like for them to describe, what this actually means, because at the end of the day, I think that this goes back to him trying to speak to a specific audience, and that specific audience ain't black people. So when he's talking about religious liberties, when he's talking about bringing these things to the forefront, he's not talking about black churches, because we know that when people were shot in the black church just a few years ago, he really showed very little concern whatsoever and found good people on both sides of the situation. So no, I don't think that this president gives two sense about the black church at all, nor does he care about faith and religion. But I think that he is speaking to an audience, again, that is not black people. He's speaking to an audience and trying to lean in on those swing states, but he's speaking to white women specifically right now. The same white women who he's done this entire campaign cycle of trying to make afraid of black people in general. So when we're having these conversations, I think that it's very interesting, his timing of releasing this plan, but also the fact that, it comes out literally within a day of us hearing about the Breonna Taylor case. he is very strategic in trying to be mindful of what he thinks that those people in the suburbs actually want to hear. But he doesn't have any real intent on making any of this happen at all.
And of course, right here, the last one. Collaborate with cities and counties to address mental illness and substance abuse. Really, Bill? My God, you're going to collaborate? No, I think probably what those cities and counties would say is, where in the hell is the money?
Well, and again, this is the defund the police movement, right? The whole movement is, why are all of these funds going to the police when the biggest encounters that disturb us the most too often involve people who have actual mental health crises and their families are desperate to try and get help? They call the police instead of being able to call mental health experts. So, he criticized people want to defund the police, but that's where the money would come from. The money would come from, don't fund the police to do this, fund the professionals who know what they're doing when they encounter someone in a crisis. That's what this is saying. So he doesn't disagree with the people that he's been sniping at and saying sounded ignorant.
And of course, I want to do this here, Rob. This is from the National Alliance on Mental Illness from August of 2019. That they lay out here that Donald Trump was going to be slashing funds for mental health care.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about what, facts and things that actually he's doing, not words that he's saying. These things rarely align when it comes to Donald Trump. So yes, he doesn't care about mental health funding. He doesn't care about black businesses. He cares about getting reelected, keeping power, and making those who have supported him have something to talk about. They have nothing to talk about other than a horrible record of leadership and I'm sure the most divisive president we've ever seen.
Folks, I did reach out to the Trump campaign, sent an email to two individuals asking, did any of them, they make anyone available to come on this show to actually discuss and defend this plan? No response. Bill Spriggs, I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot. All right, folks, back to our Roland Mark Unfiltered video in just 1 minute. As our community comes together to support the fight against racial injustice, I want to take a second to talk about one thing we can do to ensure our voices are heard. Not tomorrow, but now. Have your voices heard in terms of what kind of future we want by taking the 2020 census today at 2020census.gov? Now, folks, let me help you out. The census is a count of everyone living in the country. It happens once every 10 years. It is mandated by the U.S. Constitution. The thing that's important is that the census informs funding, billions of dollars, how they are spent in our communities every single year. I grew up in Clinton Park in Houston, Texas, and we wanted new parks and roads and a senior citizen center. Well, the census helps inform all of that and where funding goes. It also determines how many seats your state will get in the U.S. House of Representatives. Young black men and young children of color are historically undercounted, which means a potential loss of funding for services that helps our community. Folks, we have the power to change that. We have the power to help determine where hundreds of billions in federal funding go each year for the next 10 years. Funding that can impact our community, our neighborhoods, and our families and friends. Folks, responses are 100% confidential and can't be shared with your landlord, law enforcement, or any government agency. So please, take the 2020 census today. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. Hey fam, I want you to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Roland S. Martin. And don't forget to turn on your notifications. This real quick, y'all. That was a shit show. It was trash. If you want to see how much Donald Trump is a bully, how pathetic he is, how trifling he is, how ignorant he is, how shameful he is, you saw it tonight. If you are a voter, and if you vote for Donald Trump, you are voting for one of the most ignorant, disrespectful, shameful, sadistic, pathetic individuals ever to sit in the Oval Office. He was an abomination. He was rude. He was sick. He would not shut up. He was disrespectful. There is no way in hell watching that debate I would want to even consider voting for that man. If you are a Republican and you're going to vote for him, shame on you. Shame on you. There was only one grown up on that stage tonight, and that was Joe Biden. He tried to be respectful. He tried to adhere to the moderator, but flat out, Donald Trump is stupid. Donald Trump is pathetic. It's as simple as that. If you vote for that, you need to go somewhere. That was awful. We just watched an hour and a half debate of sheer stupidity, and that man actually has the nuclear codes. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? That was just pathetic. To listen to him, at one point I thought Chris Wallace was going to say, "Shut the fuck up." At one point I thought he was going to literally say, "Shut the fuck up." And Chris Wallace was awful. Chris Wallace should have said, "I'm not going to ask another question until you respect the rules." Chris Wallace should have sat there and said nothing. Chris, let me go here. I'm about to really go here. A woman would have moderated this debate better. Because a woman would have said, "We are not going to continue unless you behave properly."
I listened to some of the commentary already, and
Again,
there's people missing some things. You know, first off, Rob said earlier that it was the vice president's job.
A woman would have said,
It's a reassuring performance by the vice president tonight.
"We are not moving forward. We're not moving forward with this nonsense. We're not moving with this nonsense."
And then he used lots of name calling and insulting language.
Please.
That's not rising above it. I have to
Please. You listen to this idiot Chris Christie. That's it. So, Trump was stupid. Trump was stupid. If y'all want to see who deserves to sit in the Oval Office, it's not Donald Trump. It's not Donald Trump. It's as simple as that. It's simple as that. Simple as that. That's it, y'all. I wasn't going to spend much time. We were going to actually do some post-analysis. No, that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen because I said we ain't going to spend that much time. So I just want to give y'all a shout out. All right, then. I'm about to bounce. Y'all take care. Peace.
It's time to be smart. When we control our institutions, we win. This is the most important news show on television of any racial background. Y'all put $2, $3, $4, $5, $10, $15, $20, $30 on this and keep this going. What you've done, Roland, since this crisis came out in full bloom. Anybody watching this, tell your friends. Go back and look at the last 2 weeks, especially of Roland Martin Unfiltered. I mean, hell, go back and look at the last 2 days. You've had sitting United States senators today, Klobuchar and Harris. Whatever you have, you can bring to Roland Martin Unfiltered to support it, please do, because this information may literally save your life.
Watch Roland Martin Unfiltered daily at 6 p.m. Eastern on YouTube, Facebook, or Periscope, or go to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered Daily Digital Show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Our goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing $50 each for the whole year. You can make this possible. RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. We were talking again about this video the audio that dropped today that has caused a lot of consternation. And so this is the conversation that Donald Trump had with Bob Woodward of the Washington Post. Listen to this.
Now it's turning out it's not just old people, Bob. Just today and yesterday, some startling facts came out. It's not just older
exactly.
young people, to plenty of young people.
So
what's going on
give me a moment of talking to somebody, going through this with Fauci or somebody who kind of it caused a pivot in your mind, because it's clear just from what's on the public record that you went through a pivot on this to, oh my God, the gravity is almost inexplicable and unexplainable.
Well, I think, Bob, really, to be honest with you,
sure, I want you to.
I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down.
Yes,
because I don't want to create a panic.
Okay, so you actually heard Donald Trump. Okay, so at the White House press briefing was delayed for a bit because they had to figure out what they were going to say. And if you want to know how absolutely nuts these people are, listen to Kayleigh McEnany, the press secretary, just lie to the American people.
How can the president bear no responsibility for the almost 200,000 lives lost when he downplayed the virus initially and he knew how contagious and deadly it was? I don't understand how that can...
The president never downplayed the virus. Once again, the president expressed calm. The president was serious about this when Democrats were pursuing their sham impeachment. He was expressing calm, and he was taking early action, and his actions are reflective of how seriously he took COVID.
The tact that he took, the language that he used?
No.
You said that he used hopeful language. Does he regret that, given where we are now?
No, this president embodied the American spirit that when we face a challenge, a crisis, a pandemic, we come together. We can be optimistic. We can be serious about it. We can take it seriously with our actions, which is exactly what this president does. It's why we lead the world in testing.
Did she just say Donald Trump did not downplay it? Okay, I'm going to go back to what Donald Trump said. Now, y'all, listen. There's audio. There's literally audio. Bob Woodward records his interviews. Kayleigh McEnany says Donald Trump did not downplay coronavirus. This is Trump downplaying it.
Now it's turning out it's not just old people, Bob. Just today and yesterday, some startling facts came out. It's not just older
exactly.
young people, to plenty of young people.
So
what's going on
give me a moment of talking to somebody, going through this with Fauci or somebody who kind of it caused a pivot in your mind, because it's clear just from what's on the public record that you went through a pivot on this to, oh my God, the gravity is almost inexplicable and unexplainable.
Well, I think, Bob, really, to be honest with you,
sure, I want you to.
I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down.
Yes,
because I don't want to create a panic.
I always wanted to play it down. I am still playing it down because I did not want to create a panic. My pals, A. Scott Bolden, former chair, National Bar Association Political Action Committee, Robert Patillo, Executive Director, Rainbow Push Coalition, Peachtree Street Project, Teresa Lundy, Principal Founder, TML Communications. Teresa, so dude was lying. He was lying. He knew he was serious. He's saying one thing privately, another thing publicly, and all of these idiots who are following him were saying, and all these states who were not implementing the right strategy because he was downplaying it. And then for Kayleigh McEnany to stand there and say, I wouldn't lie to you, and then actually lie, that's just beyond stupid.
It's beyond Eric. It's like I can't think of the words outside of disgusting and dangerous of the two words that I can think of what Donald Trump has done since this pandemic. Thousands of lives could have been changed if he did not downplay it, if he did not want to cause the panic. right? Because again, we haven't had a pandemic in 102 years since the Spanish flu. So there obviously is a playbook of what could have been done, but I think the first and foremost thing that could have been done, especially with this type of president, is tell the truth, and to ensure that his staff was also telling the truth and not trying to make sure they have his back. Kelly, I was impressed with her as a young woman, in her 30s as a press secretary, but she's been willing to really just lose herself in this entire process, right? There's one thing to be on the campaign, but then there's one to actually serve the White House and the American people, and she hasn't been doing that. So, but that goes for a whole stem of his team. So I'm not sure what's happening in those back rooms where, before they get to a press conference and before they are getting their daily briefings, it's how can we protect the president? But no one's protecting the American people, and that's why we have thousands of lives that are dying because of this misinformation.
These folks are absolute liars, Robert. And for Trump defenders to say, oh no, he was protecting the people, he was looking out for the people, didn't want there to be a panic. 200,000 people are now dead.
You're absolutely correct, Roland. And think about when these first tapes took place. This was mid to early February. So this is before Donald Trump did his speech where he said the coverage of his response was a hoax. This was before Matt Gaetz sat on the floor of Congress with a gas mask on. This is before we went back and forth for 3 months over whether or not we should be taking hydroxychloroquine. This is before we were having a full-blown culture war with rifles and rocket launchers over wearing masks. Donald Trump knew in February and March that masks were effective and that it was airborne, and just chose to say downplay the need to wear masks and cause armed conflicts over wearing masks. Think about the thousands and thousands of people who could have had their lives saved, the thousands and thousands of people who would not be infected today if we had simply taken this seriously in February instead of finding out in September what was the truth. And also for Bob Woodruff, how do you sit on this information for 6 months? I understand you want to put it into a book, you want to compile the information, but this is vital national security and health information. How do you just sit on this for 6 months and only release it when it's time for your book to come out, instead of letting the American people know months ago information going to save tens of thousands of lives? So this is just an all-around failure of our broken system. And unfortunately, Trump has become trans veracity. He's past the point of anybody caring whether or not he is lying. People assume that he is lying and then continue on from there. This week, we're talking about, did he lie about coronavirus and have it on tape? Last week, it was whether or not he called military families losers and suckers. The week before that, it was whether or not he was trying to defund the post office. The week before that, he tweeted about trying to move the election. We're doing the monster of the week thing from Power Rangers in the 90s, fighting each individualized battle instead of taking a cohesive approach of just saying that this is a nation in chaos. This is what a failed state looks like. This is what late-stage capitalism, as Werner put it, looks like, and that we are having our systems broken apart at the seams. And unless we are willing to make corrective action, it may be too late to save what we have left.
A hoax. Yep. This was one of the questions that was raised at the press briefing. Of course, Kayleigh could not answer this one. Y'all, listen to this.
Not lying. Why did he call it a hoax? Kayleigh, if he's not lying, why did he call it a hoax?
Of course, she wouldn't answer that one. Scott, he wouldn't answer that question. But it's legitimate. It's like he kept calling it a hoax, but she's saying, but he wasn't lying. Really?
It's like you ever painted a floor or a wall and painted yourself into a corner where you don't have a response or you can't get out without stepping on the paint. That's where Kayleigh was today in that press conference. She's defending or trying to defend the indefensible. She has a boss that lies with no conscience whatsoever. He has no conscience. He doesn't care. He knew he was being taped. He knew this book was coming out, and he still lied. And there are no repercussions. Robert and I were talking about this earlier. There are no repercussions, so he just keeps on lying about it. That's just really, really a very bad situation for our democracy. It really is. And the other thing you got to remember here is that his lies, it's worse than the taping, by the way. He was briefed in December by his intelligence people who said this was coming. He admitted that on tape, and he was asked about that, and that's when he went into how he played it down. But him playing it down cost lives, and so but again, it doesn't matter to his GOP and that 40%. Democrats better come out in large numbers because this president is probably the most dangerous president who's ever been in the White House.
Bottom line is here. His supporters, Teresa, they don't give a damn. They don't care if he lies. They don't. They're just going to sit here and just vote for whatever. But the bottom line here is this here. I would hope there are people who are independents. I would hope there are pissed off Democrats who are going to turn out in large numbers, because if you think that what this man has done so far is crazy, give his ass 4 more years.
You know, I think people are actually waking up to what Donald Trump has been doing the last 5 years. And you know what? The way Robert literally just did the week by week scenario, that I feel like we're pretty much in a series with our president is, you know, I think people are really starting to understand why it's important to get to the polls. I don't even think we need to do any more media ad buys as it relates to getting to the polls. I think now it's just more about understanding what, you know, just what needs to happen. So, I mean, you know, there has been countless conversations, countless meetings and conferences that have been just popping up where people are really getting engaged and saying, you know what, the last couple days, weeks of the election, they are trying to figure out what needs to be done. And so they're galvanizing, they're having conversations, setting up volunteer strategies. I know commissioner's office across Pennsylvania are actually paying people to be poll workers, right? That is the first time that's actually been done outside of the party. But now the state is actually stepping in and saying, listen, we need more bodies at the polls. And so I think there's a lot of young people stepping up. I think there has been a lot of change and movement. But again, Trump's administration has lost the message when Trump started, you know, when all these revelations started to come to light. So, you know, there's a huge opportunity here.
Yeah, but Roland, if I may, real quick, we've got 3 opponents as Democrats, right? You've got the GOP / Donald Trump, you've got voter suppression, and you got Russian interference that Democrats are running against. He underpolls in every poll, as we know. How do the Democrats defeat that? How do the Democrats defeat that?
You got to turn folks out. Simple as that. That's what you got to do. I said this here. I tweeted this here, folks. Y'all be able to see my video. Let me know if you are. Okay. So I said, after the Bob Woodward thing came out, first thing I said is I wonder how fast the folks with the Lincoln Project are going to be able to get an ad out. That was like one of the first things that I said. And so I said, and I think the tapes came out around 11 or so. And I said, I think they'll have an ad out by 3 o'clock. Actually, they're out before 2 o'clock. So this is what they dropped that quick.
This is more deadly. This is 5 per, you know, this is 5% versus 1% and less than 1%, you know, so this is deadly stuff.
We show cases, 99% of which are totally harmless.
Not just older.
Yeah, exactly.
People, to plenty of young people.
Young people are almost immune to this disease.
It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus.
We lose thousands and thousands of people a year to the flu. We don't turn the country off.
I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down.
What this does, Robert, Trump wanted desperately for the conversation to be about law and order. No, he did not want to be about coronavirus. This brings it back to his Achilles heel.
Of course, this is Achilles' heel, and I think the strategy that we've seen the White House roll out today of saying it was just about trying to prevent a panic, I think that might be one of the dumbest talking points I've heard, and you can tell that this caught them completely off guard. The idea of this president not wanting to incite panic when the entire Republican convention was a return to the American Horror Story, MS-13 will be sent to the suburbs to destroy your communities and rape your wife. That is inciting panic. This idea of putting the McCloskeys on television who tried to kill protesters, tweeting about Killer Kyle and Kenosha. That is inciting violence. That is inciting discord. So this idea of wanting to keep a calm in the American people, this is almost like telling your wife that you only lied to her because you knew it would make her angry. That is the equivalent of what the White House is rolling out as their defense, that the president didn't want you to panic. That's why he lied to you about how deadly a virus was that's killed tens of thousands of, at this point, hundreds of thousands of Americans. We are 20% of the death toll of the entire earth. And we are not 20% of the world population. So this idea that he rolled out in his press conference today saying, well, we did a great job because millions would have died without what we did, and I only lied to you to keep you calm, I think that is a point that Democrats have to hop on. Not just the Lincoln Project, not just Republican groups, not just the media. The Democratic Party has to have a way to articulate a message and turn it around quickly and use that to motivate voters. If you can link the fact that we've been in quarantine for 6 months to the fact that the president lied to us the first month when he could have gotten a hold
and that
of this,
people died.
That is how you get people motivated. But simply turning this into just the latest in a week by week scandal is how you lose the messaging war. Think about the fact that President Trump got impeached earlier this year. We don't even talk about that in the election season. He is that able to change the conversation. So if the Democrats don't hop on this like a starving dog on a bone, then you're going to end up losing this week of messaging.
The folks with the Midas touch also dropped their ad. Watch this.
Trump pretended the coronavirus wouldn't come to our shores.
I wanted to always play it down. I still like playing it down.
The risk to the American people remains very low.
He pretended the Democrats were overreacting.
And this is their new hope.
He pretended it would go away.
A lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat.
And then he pretended again.
It's also more deadly than your strenuous flus.
View this the same as the flu.
And again.
At some point, that's going to sort of just disappear.
And again.
It's going away. No, it'll go away.
While Trump pretended, Americans face real consequences. Nearly 200,000 dead and rising. Businesses closed. And now, as over 1,000 Americans die each day, what's the Trump administration's plan? Pretend that the pandemic is over. In a time of crisis, Americans can't afford to have a pretend president.
I wanted to always play it down.
Midas Touch is responsible for the content of this advertising.
I think you're going to see the hammer constantly, Teresa. And the other piece is here. Joe Biden's already out. He was speaking in Michigan. He spoke out on this as well. I mean, this is the defining issue of this campaign, and it has a direct impact on turnout as well. And so I don't think you're going to see it reflected in polling for another 3 to 4 days. But again, the fact that if Democrats hammer this constantly, this is going to help them.
This is a phenomenal gift to the Democratic Party. I think, when Donald Trump began to show who he was from the beginning, if we remember from the beginning of his campaign days to how they were trying to get him to transform while he was president, it just didn't work. The real Donald Trump coming down the escalator of his building showed up in the beginning stages, right? And I think it's coming to the forefront where everybody is starting to honestly get their talking points together. But honestly, it's like, does this make sense to you, right? So it's not as much as a that the Democrats have to put out like, hey, he did this, he did this. You can literally have a workbook, unfortunate, about why Donald Trump lies to the American people, and the Republicans continuously have his back. It's getting so bad that the Republicans are literally on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox, and they really can't explain some of the things that he does. So if you see most of them, they actually stop having the interviews unless it's talking about their bill. Because it's hard to defend someone where you really just don't understand it or keeping you out the loop. Donald Trump has proven to him, his team, and the American people that he doesn't care about lying, he doesn't care about the lives that were lost, he doesn't care about the families, the testimonials, the police brutality. He went to Wisconsin and gave, some mayors $1 million for their police department, but said nothing to Jacob Blake's family. I mean, if we don't have a president that is for us, and I think Democrats need to make that very clear on election day, but more so in their everyday conversations.
Yep.
We absolutely should be having these dialogues about what the next president of the United States looks like. And if we're not only talking about Joe Biden, we absolutely have to talk about Senator Kamala Harris.
And folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. As our community comes together to support the fight against racial injustice, I want to take a second to talk about one thing we can do to ensure our voices are heard. Not tomorrow, but now. Have your voices heard in terms of what kind of future we want by taking the 2020 census today at 2020census.gov? Now, folks, let me help you out. The census is a count of everyone living in the country. It happens once every 10 years. It is mandated by the U.S. Constitution. The thing that's important is that the census informs funding, billions of dollars, how they are spent in our communities every single year. I grew up in Clinton Park in Houston, Texas, and we wanted new parks and roads and a senior citizen center. Well, the census helps inform all of that and where funding goes. It also determines how many seats your state will get in the U.S. House of Representatives. Young black men and young children of color are historically undercounted, which means a potential loss of funding for services that helps our community. Folks, we have the power to change that. We have the power to help determine where hundreds of billions in federal funding go each year for the next 10 years. Funding that can impact our community, our neighborhoods, and our families and friends. Folks, responses are 100% confidential and can't be shared with your landlord, law enforcement, or any government agency. So please, take the 2020 census today. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real. As Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You can make this possible.
I looked out. The field it looked like 1.5 million people.
It took almost 4 years for Trump to get the crowds he wanted. After years of Donald Trump's divisiveness and discord, America is coming together. This year, we have a choice to make. America or Trump. Imagine how big the crowds will be when he's gone. A new day begins on November 3rd. Paid for by the Lincoln Project, which is responsible for the content of this advertising.
So, Mustafa, the folks at the Lincoln Project, they've been looking at the data, and they are going to be targeting Donald Trump in Texas, Ohio, Arizona. They believe, based upon current polling numbers, that he may have issues in those states. They're also targeting Iowa. They want to take out Senator Joni Ernst. And this is going to seriously help the Biden campaign when it comes to, in Democrats, if they're able to win the White House and recapture the Senate.
Which is extremely important. We talk about it on the show, consistently hoping that people will actually get it. That we can actually win in states that folks before labeled as purple or light red, whatever that means. But even though in the presidency, someone can win there, you've got to also be voting up and down the ticket so that when we talk about addressing systemic racism, to do that means that we have to have systemic change. And that change comes through us engaging in the civic process, which then gives us the ability to affect, the development of legislation and the policies that come out of that, because then we're actually leveraging our power. And that's, how we actually build an infrastructure that will benefit all people.
Kelly, this is one of the folks, John Weaver, who was with the Lincoln Project. This was the tweet that he sent out earlier today. Project Lincoln leadership had a strategy call this morning. After detailed analysis and deep dive of polling data, it's clear that Texas, Georgia, Iowa, and Ohio are in real play. Watch a unified front go after Donald Trump and his enablers in these states.
I would hope so. You know, like we've had 4 years of the most inept, incompetent, straight up dumb president in the history of our nation. And hopefully those states and America overall is fed up and ready to vote him out of office. And with that comes his entire administration being voted out of office. So I hope that the polls are right. To quote Dr. Fauci, I'm cautiously optimistic regarding November's election, because we kind of went through the same thing regarding Clinton and Trump. Obviously, the circumstances weren't exactly the same. It is actually, sadly, far worse than it was back then, and the stakes are much higher now. So that being said, I hope, and am cautiously optimistic that these circumstances actually prompt Americans to vote and to create the change that we seek.
All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. Seek. Of course, you know, Black-owned company. Mary Spiel owns it. They have these wonderful headphones, 360-degree 4D headphones that are fantastic, unbelievable sound. We have a partnership with them, folks, where if you get these headsets, you can actually use your promo code to get a discount. And so what you should do is use RMVIP 2020, RMVIP 2020 for these particular headphones. They're absolutely fabulous. Sounds great. And again, when you buy these, you are supporting a Black-owned company. Go to Seek.com, CEEK.com. That's CEEK.com. Trust me, you will certainly enjoy what they sound like. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. This is very interesting. Mr. Trump continued to reach out after he was elected in March of 2017. Omarosa Manigault Newman, the former Apprentice star turned White House advisor, invited members of the Congressional Black Caucus to the White House to discuss their policy agenda. Mr. Trump ushered them cheerfully into the cabinet room. They sat across the table grimly with blue binders. Representative James Clyburn, a South Carolina Democrat, recalled that Mr. Trump interrupted 3 times to suggest they relocate to the Oval Office. Finally, as Mr. Clyburn began his pitch for a national infrastructure and broadband plan, Greg, Vice President Mike Pence popped in to announce that they needed to vacate the room to make way for another meeting. Mr. Clyburn said, "Let's go," Mr. Trump said. The group followed him into the Oval Office, but congregated near the fireplace. Representative Cedric Richmond, a Louisiana Democrat who chaired the caucus, turned down Mr. Trump's request for a photo, but he agreed to photographs showing the caucus negotiating, far from Mr. Trump's favorite snapshot destination, the Resolute desk. I'm sorry. You mean to tell me what no other room available?
Whose house is it?
Now, Greg.
I'm sorry.
Now, Greg. Let's just be real clear, Greg. This is my show.
Yes, sir. Yes,
and if I was in a conference room with a high-level meeting,
yes, sir,
I can guarantee you,
your show.
Don't nobody work for me. Not now person would have the audacity to walk into a room with such a meeting and tell me I need to go because there's another meeting taking place. I'm just letting you know, y'all wouldn't be seeing them any further after that. Matter of fact, I would fire them over text.
Like Donald Trump did on The Apprentice, because he was too much of a punk to do it in real life. That's what the word on the street is.
Right.
This is exactly how that this is how that would have gone. This month.
Oh my God.
Y'all just ignore that. I deal with you in a second. And literally I would pick my phone up and says, yo ass fired. Greg, go ahead.
No, Roland. But see, I think, well, there's a couple of things at play there. The reason I'm laughing, I'm sure, I suspect we all may be laughing a little bit. This is the disrespect shown to black elected officials. And some of it is because we allow ourselves to be disrespected. Donald Trump is clearly addled. His mind is gone. It's been eaten. It was never sharp when he had his full faculties. To me, how to handle that, it would have been very simple to manipulate him if that hadn't been set up in the beginning. Just say, Mr. President, I thought this was your house. But I mean, we'll leave if the vice president has control. At that point, Trump probably would have humiliated Pence just to make a point. I mean, he's a child. You can't talk to him. Any teacher knows that. You talk to a child like a child. If you wanted to stay in the room, all you had to do was make Trump think that Pence was showing him up. Smiling Mike, I love him. I do. Y'all know how much I love Smiling Mike Pence because he's a cold-blooded racist. And this is the kind of thing that at that point, everybody in the CBC got to do a gut check. Y'all gonna let this punk ass white boy from Indiana talk to you like that? And then they get up and go in the room. I'm laughing because I'm playing this in my mind almost like a situation comedy. The black elected officials moving around in the place like the hell. They are a separate branch of government, and that building is controlled by the people of the United States. I wouldn't have gotten up and said, no, we're going to, But anyway, but to the point you raised a minute ago that really reinforces where we are at in this moment. Today in New York, a three-panel district court judges said that you told Wilbur Ross, you have to count those who are in this country illegally in the census count. That the courts are important. If you look at, there's been a recent study looking at the decisions of the Trump appointees and saying that they are to the right of even all the other Republican reportees. And I believe the Dallas News today had an article mentioning that John Cornyn wants even more judges. To your point about Mitch McConnell. While we are allowing these people to embrace their hee-haw, Green Acres, naked racism style in these interactions, the people who understand that they are useful idiots are running their playbook. Now, here's where the thing is really going to go off the rails, I'm afraid. If they continue, and they are going to continue if they retain power, if they continue this trajectory, they're going to break the framework of the United States of America. Because even when you treat people that way, there's only a certain amount of disrespect people will take before communications completely shut off. And then we go to the mats. And for every one of Trump's little black flunkies that he got into photo ops, for every attempt for folks like Omarosa, who we all know, to try to bridge a gap and maneuver, you're dealing with an unstable person. You're dealing with a racist in the second in command who should never have been anywhere near national elective office. You're dealing with a stone cold racist in that 35-year-old punk that's in there writing all the policy.
Oh, yeah.
And they are going to take this to the mat if it means the whole place burns. And the only thing we have to decide is whether or not we're just going to stand there or sit there in the case of the CBC and let them do it.
All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. All right, folks, Seek.com is a black-owned company founded by Mary Spiel. They have a couple of great products for you. First of all, these are amazing headphones right here. These particular headphones are Bluetooth, tremendous bass, 360-degree headphones, 4D. You can use this for gaming if you're playing video games. Also, of course, listen to music, videos, you name it. And Greg, yeah, they're great because they're in our colors, black and old gold. So that's kind of important. Then, of course, they have that virtual reality headset here, which allows for you to pop your cell phone right into here. You can watch the content, the virtual reality content right there on Seek.com. You think you're sitting in the room. Guys, put the graphic up, please. You think you're sitting in the room. And so, again, what you should do is be able to use you can, like I say, watch the content. Or if you have a 360-degree camera, I have a 360-degree GoPro. You're able to watch that video as well with this particular VR headset, and places you right there wherever it was. All right, to get it, simply use the promo code RMVIP2020, RMVIP2020. Go to Seek.com, CEEK.com, and so we certainly appreciate them being a partner here with Roland Martin Unfiltered. All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. Folks, the New York Times obtained Donald Trump's tax information covering more than 2 decades. The revelations they dropped Sunday afternoon are stunning. It shows that he paid $750. Yes, 750 in federal income taxes the year he won the presidency. In his first year in the White House, he paid another $750, and he has paid no income taxes at all in 10 of the previous 15 years because he reported losing much more money than he made. Also hanging over him is a decades-long audit battle with the Internal Revenue Service over the legitimacy of a $72.9 million tax refund that he claimed and received after declaring huge losses. This shocking and stunning report has upended the campaign. Donald Trump yesterday came out with a news conference saying, fake news, fake news. And of course, his supporters have been scurrying, trying to say that the report isn't real, but you notice he hasn't actually released his taxes. Joining us right now is financial services and regulatory attorney James Davis. James, glad to have you on Roland Martin Unfiltered. So here's a thing that jumps out here. Donald Trump can yell fake news all he wants to. He keeps saying that he's under audit. The IRS commissioner's already said he's not under audit. He does not want to release his taxes. He's been fighting Congress all the way to the Supreme Court to get his taxes. He's fighting the Manhattan District Attorney. He's fighting the Attorney General of New York State. No one fights that vigorously to keep their taxes hidden unless there's something they don't want folks to know.
I think there are a couple of things at play here. First of all, you have the public opinion about how rich he is. But the brass tacks of it all is the potential criminal implications of what he's been telling the government for over a decade. Now, if you look at what's happened to his compatriots, Mr. Manafort and Mr. Cohen, you can start to get a glimpse of how these individuals treated their tax returns. Not to say that Trump's doing the same thing, but the indicia of him doing the same thing are definitely present in that article. For example, Michael Cohen did not declare roughly $4 million of income on his tax returns. So we don't even know what Trump has not actually declared. Number two, Paul Manafort I think he actually characterized some income as loans that he had to pay back, which he didn't have to pay back. So who knows how many of those loans that are on Trump's tax returns are actually of the same type.
Well, not only that, the New York Times report also says that Donald Trump paid his daughter, Ivanka, as a consultant on deals when she was already working for the company. And some experts say this is a way to get around the gift tax.
Yeah, so I'm not a tax expert, but from what was described in the article, that seems like something you should not be doing. And again, the implications of criminal violations for him and his family potentially is actually great, which kind of tells you why he really wants to be reelected at this point. And so what we have to start to realize is that these types of cases are like those 1,000-piece puzzles that we had when we were kids. I'm telling my age right now. But you would spread them out on the table, and start to piece by piece put things together. The tax returns that the New York Times has gotten a handle of, and I think they actually got abstracts, not the actual returns, but it still has roughly the same information. Prosecutors have to take pieces of this information along with bank statements, along with transaction documents to try to put this puzzle together. It's not an easy task, and we're talking a lot of years, roughly a decade here, possibly.
And what also jumps out is, again, what you're dealing with here is him personally guaranteeing money. Those loans are coming due very soon, upwards of $400 million. And this report also showed how he is still doing business with other countries that impacts foreign policy. The thing that also I thought was very interesting, he pays $750 in taxes to the United States, but pays several thousand and more than 100,000 to other governments like India and the Philippines and Turkey. He's literally paying more taxes to other countries than the United States.
Yeah, and I'm glad you touched on this, because the emoluments clause is not something that people like to talk about because it's very complicated and very abstract. But what we're seeing here is the foreign influence not only on U.S. policy, but possibly the self-promotion and self-income-inducing ventures overseas through his role as a president. So you're seeing both sides play to the middle here. And again, the people losing are the American people.
And, of course, one of the things that they uncovered is that there's some 500 entities, how he used shell company after shell company after shell company, and an extremely complex structure under the Trump organization where all of this stuff has been taking place.
If you actually read through the Manafort indictment, I think there are roughly 30 shell companies that Paul Manafort had created to conduct his transactions. And so, again, you're seeing the indicia of what happened with Paul Manafort in these news stories about Trump's tax returns. And so it kind of tells me that you could have the same result if there was a desire to actually bring a case against him.
Absolutely.
That's the other equation.
Absolutely. All right, then. James Davis, I certainly appreciate it, man. Thank you so very much. There will certainly be more that we're going to be seeing on this particular story, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Roland.
All right, let's go to my panel. Dr. Avis Jones-DeWeaver, political analyst. Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor, environmental justice, EPA. Rena Shaw, the Lincoln Project Women's Coalition. Rena, I want to start with you. Again, Donald Trump wants to deny as much as possible this report. This is just very clear. It's undeniable. Donald Trump is a fraud. He's a liar. He's a cheat. Things we already knew. And all of those stupid-ass MAGA people who says, oh, he's looking out for me. No, what he's saying is, you're losers for paying taxes. I am not going to pay taxes. It's all on you.
You know, Roland, there's so much to unpack here. I've been coming on your show, and this is my second time back in a really long time. So I must say, I rarely come on this show having written so much down before to share with you all, because I just have so much to say on this. I made my career on the right during a time of the financial collapse in 2009 and 2008. I was there on Capitol Hill during that with members of Congress, listening to the people that were part of the Tea Party movement, the whole people who said, don't tread on me, and we are taxed to death, and we need people who will stand up and simplify this tax code, all this stuff. Look, Donald Trump gaslit them, as I love to say. This guy is a gaslighter in chief. He does it to us on the regular. He says, I'm one of you, and all of us need to have skin in the game. He said that years ago. He said, lower income Americans need to have skin in the game. So pay your taxes because you need to have skin in the game. Meanwhile, this guy's a big, fat liar. And I think where we really ought to look is that figure, $750. I can't get that figure out of my head. All day today, I just think to myself, this is what I warned of. I was one of the earliest, as you know, critics against Donald Trump when he was a presumptive nominee for the Republicans. And I said to myself, we need to know where this guy's entanglements are. Who does he owe money to on a foreign, like other countries? Now we know. This is stuff we wanted to know way back then. And Roland, this is going to be ugly. I think today it's hitting the American consciousness that he really is somebody that is just does not deserve respect. When you do not pay your taxes, You've done more than disrespect sort of the social pact we have here. You've committed some fraud. But the problem is that Republicans have been enabling these frauds so long. These high-income Americans, they've been doing these kinds of things, jumping through loopholes, creating shell companies, finding ways to give to their own daughters consulting companies so they can deduct tax or whatever they want to do. Show a law, so they can hang on to more of their money. And I know this sounds really funny coming from me, given that I love capitalism, but this is all about the rich getting richer and our tax code being a complete mess. But moreover, showing us who this man really, really is. And he's a loser who doesn't pay his taxes. And it's time that people in the heartland know.
I remember in 2016, I used this hashtag, we tried to tell you, Avis. And for all these people out here who running their mouth, who were saying Hillary is the same as Donald Trump, oh, we shouldn't support her. Hillary tried to tell folks, but folks didn't want to listen. Let's go back to 2016 and one of those debates. Folks, watch this.
Another example of bait and switch here. For 40 years, everyone running for president has released their tax returns. You can go and see nearly, I think, 39, 40 years of our tax returns, but everyone has done it. We know the IRS has made clear there is no prohibition on releasing it when you're under audit. So you've got to ask yourself, why won't he release his tax returns? And I think there may be a couple of reasons. First, maybe he's not as rich as he says he is. Second, maybe he's not as charitable as he claims to be. Third, we don't know all of his business dealings, but we have been told through investigative reporting that he owes about $650 million to Wall Street and foreign banks. Or maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes, because the only years that anybody's ever seen were a couple of years when he had to turn them over to state authorities when he was trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So if he's paid zero, that means zero for troops, zero for vets, zero for schools or health. And I think probably he's not all that enthusiastic about having the rest of our country see what the real reasons are, because it must be something really important, even terrible, that he's trying to hide. And the financial disclosure statement, they don't give you the tax rate. They don't give you all the details that tax returns would. And it just seems to me that this is something that the American people deserve to see. And I have no reason to believe that he's ever going to release his tax returns, because there's something he's hiding. And we'll guess. We'll keep guessing at what it might be that he's hiding. But I think the question is, were he ever to get near the White House, what would be those conflicts? Who does he owe money to? Well, he owes you the answers to that, and he should provide.
Sound like somebody was right.
Absolutely. I've been keeping a running calculation. That must be the 457 millionth time that Hillary was absolutely right about everything that she warned this nation about back in 2016 as it relates to Donald Trump. She hit the nail on the head. And I kind of want to sort of continue along the path that she was going with that last statement that she made. This is a national security threat. To have this man in the White House with the nuclear codes, owing somebody and owing people, entities, countries that we don't even know all of the entanglements that he has, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm sure that may be one of many reasons why he does everything that Papa Putin tells him to do. He's probably one of the creditors. But the fact of the matter is, him knowing that he owes this money and knowing that he's keeping that information from us puts him in a position in which he is incentivized to make money any way he can, hand over fist, because, according to the New York Times, the bill is due in 2022. So if he were to win re-election, he would have to come up with hundreds of millions of dollars in 2 years after this man has been broke for God knows how long. He's driven numerous companies into the ground previously. So what is he willing to sell? Who is he willing to sell out? What is he willing to do in order to not offend those people who he owes money to? I think this might tell us a lot about why, for example, he hadn't said anything about our troops having bounties on their heads. I think this might tell us a lot around why he's going around protecting governments and individuals who murder journalists. I think this might tell us a lot about his behavior outside of the fact that he completely is a psychopath and he cares about nobody but himself. But he also owes money to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. And the bottom line is that is a national security threat to this nation each and every day.
Mustafa, conservatives can try to run their mouths all they want to, call it fake news if they want, but the reality is he's been lying. He's not going to release his taxes. And again, if he wants to say it's not true, fine. Release your taxes and let us see what is true.
Trump has been pimping America for decades. And the pimping should have stopped when he came into the White House, but it didn't. It's interesting that Trump said that he would release his taxes before the election, and people waited. And people waited, and they continue to wait. And the reality is, for folks in Appalachia who are getting up every day and going to work just so they can put food on the table, and this man is able to get millions of dollars back in return. For the folks in Detroit who get up every day and work hard just so they can keep the water turned on, but yet he's able to have millions and millions of dollars returned back to him. And for the folks on the Gulf Coast, who are working hard just to pay the mortgage or pay the rent. And for this man who is supposed to lead our country, who is supposed to be, and we all know that he's not, he is supposed to be the example of fairness, the example of equality, the example of leadership. For him not to handle his business and to make sure that he's paying his fair share says a lot about the character that we already know about. And we, as Ava said, we also know a lot of this is tied to the fact that he has gotten money from places that he probably shouldn't have, that he probably will have a number of legal ramifications for once the fullness of where his resources have come from. So the reality is that he shared with folks that poor people pay taxes. He doesn't pay taxes. He's telling you exactly how he sees you. And as Ava said, he also is telling you that you don't have a lot of value in the paradigm that he operates from. I'm not calling the president a pimp. What I am saying is that he has some pimpish ways.
Well, and the other thing is this here is real simple. That is, this is how the rich play the game. This is how they write the tax code. This is how they get over. This is how they force lower class and middle class people to foot the bill so they can grow their riches. That's how they can live off their tax cuts. That's how they can live off their capital gains. That's how, see, that's the game. So when you hear the Jamie Dimons of the world saying, oh, I don't think an Elizabeth Warren wealth tax will work because they don't want to have to pay taxes on anything. That's how they stay rich. They want to finance a lifestyle. That's what they're doing here. Pure and simple. And here's the deal. Not a single Republican has said a word.
Well, Roland, on that point, I have something to say right there because this is really important to differentiate here. My friend Josh Barrow, who's a business columnist with New York Mag, put it really well today in a tweet. He just summed it up real nicely because a number of my liberal friends who are political commentators have been saying Trump is broke as evidence to say, look, this guy is so broke he can't handle anything. He drives everything into the ground. But the reality is this, and Josh put it best. He said, does a broke guy have a private 757? He said, Trump isn't broke. He's a rich guy with a high income who doesn't pay nearly as much income tax as he should. Now, I'll take it a step and say, yeah, there are tons of those. And that's why Republicans will not criticize. But this is more than just, a rich guy with a high income who doesn't pay as much as he should. This is a guy who's evaded the system, does not believe in his social responsibility, and therefore doesn't believe in the very fabric of this country and what holds us together.
Right. They use the tax code to their benefit and say the hell with everybody else and screw them. All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment.
It's time to be smart. When we control our institutions, we win. This is the most important news show on television of any racial background. Y'all put $2, $3, $4, $5, $10, $15, $20, $30 on this and keep this going. What you've done, Roland, since this crisis came out in full bloom. Anybody watching this, tell your friends. Go back and look at the last 2 weeks, especially of Roland Martin Unfiltered. I mean, hell, go back and look at the last 2 days. You've had sitting United States senators today, Klobuchar and Harris. Whatever you have that you can bring to Roland Martin Unfiltered to support it, please do, because this information may literally save your life.
Watch Roland Martin Unfiltered daily at 6 p.m. Eastern on YouTube, Facebook, or Periscope, or go to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered Daily Digital Show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Our goal is to get 20,000 of our fans contributing $50 each for the whole year. You can make this possible. RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. As of today, 6 million cases of COVID-19 in the United States. 186,000 people have died from the disease. Public health officials in all 50 states and 5 large cities have been notified by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. They are to prepare to distribute a vaccine for coronavirus to healthcare workers and other high-risk groups as soon as late October or early November. This past week, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the country's top infectious disease expert, and Dr. Stephen Hahn, the head of the Food and Drug Administration, have said that a vaccine may be available for certain groups before the clinical trials are completed. That is only if the data is overwhelmingly positive. Joining us right now is Dr. Tyson Bell, critical care infectious disease specialist at the University of Virginia. Doc, do you buy this nonsense? I call it nonsense regarding this here because Trump desperately wants to rush out with something before the election to show, oh, I'm paying attention to this. That whole plasma, news conference, that was a joke as well. And the FDA had to come back and apologize for it. Are people in the medical community actually buying this?
I think there's a lot of skepticism, Roland, honestly, because this administration has made it clear that they want to have a vaccine out and available before the election. And unfortunately, the FDA and the CDC have both put out signals that they've been bending to political pressure. So we do think that this is an ambitious timeline. Of course, if there's something could be ready and available by late October, early November, that would be great. But based on the enrollment, the pace of enrollment now and the approval process, that's incredibly ambitious. So there is some skepticism.
So this supposed vaccine will be first for healthcare workers like you. Will you take a vaccine without knowing the clinical trial results?
Well, that's an important question because there is an approval process that the FDA goes through, and there's 2 different main approval pathways. One is the emergency use authorization. This is the way that convalescent plasma and hydroxychloroquine were approved, and you see how, at least for hydroxychloroquine, that was revoked. It's a lower standard of evidence to get a product on the market under the guise that you have to get something out there quickly before all the evidence is available. It would be much better to get it fully licensed before distributing it to billions of people, billions with a B, because we have to be absolutely sure that something that we're giving to healthy people is not going to make them sick.
Well, but the thing here again, Fauci has been saying for the longest, take your time going through this. Trump is saying rush, rush, rush. I'll be honest. I don't trust anything from the FDA. I don't. I don't trust anything Hahn says because they are bowing to the pressure from Trump. And I can't look to them as a credible, fair source, knowing full well the kind of pressure he's exerted them to skip over steps, skip processes, throw them out the window in order to fit his narrative.
I think there are a lot of issues here with erosion of public trust in our institutions. And, our thought was, that the FDA and the CDC, where public health professionals have made their careers, would not succumb to these sort of pressures. I want to point to comments by Peter Marks, who heads the FDA division on vaccine development. He has indicated publicly that if he felt that the FDA was succumbing to public pressure, that he would resign. Now, the FDA, before they approve a product like a vaccine, they listen to an advisory committee that's made up of independent experts around the country. It's called the Vaccine and Biological Related Products Committee. So if an approval comes, this committee will review the results of the clinical trials and give a recommendation. The FDA follows through with it. Their next meeting is scheduled for October 22nd. It's a public meeting. I think this will be an important way to see if the inner working, to see what data is available, if there is any data available, and to make sure that we're going through and following the science. Now, this is one instance, Roland, where we absolutely cannot put the politics before the science.
And again, look, you're already dealing with a disease that, frankly, health people have no idea how it really affects us. You've got these sports leagues, these conferences in college. I saw the Penn State head of medicine saying that of the players that tested positive, showing inflammation around the heart tied to a particular disease as well. And folks just don't know. And I'm sorry, I just can't, for the life of me, I can't listen to anything that comes out of Donald Trump or Mike Pence's mouth where the public can say, oh, rest assured the federal government has done what it's supposed to do when it comes to this vaccine to make sure it is safe. No, he wants to be able to say, I did it. See, I'm trying to save Americans. And so they won it out a week before the election, not caring what happens, frankly, to people after the election. They just want to win.
Yeah, we have to make sure that we follow the science, Roland. I can't stress it enough that we've had several instances now where that comes into question. And through different pandemics and public health crises, we've always had the trust of the CDC, the NIH, and the FDA to do what's right as far as the science. No one ever gets everything right, but we trust that we're following the science and not bending to political pressure. And unfortunately, we're in a different time now with a different president. And we just have to make sure that as public health professionals, that we're being diligent with the science, that we're messaging people appropriately on forums like this, so that when there is a product available, we can be sure that it's going to be safe for people.
All right, then. Well, look, I think, again, what our goal, very simple, is to ensure that our folks are safe. And, I just wish, you had people of courage who had the audacity to tell Donald Trump no. Then if he said, I'll fire you, they would say, fine, fire me, but I have to do this for the good of the American people.
All right, Roland, when something's out, call me again and we'll talk.
All right, Dr. Tyson Bill, we appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, Erica, I don't trust the administration. I don't.
No, and none of us have any. Yeah, I don't either. When you think about, too, the partnership that this administration afforded a Pfizer and a Moderna, both of these these companies, billions of dollars in federal money to produce this vaccine A, vaccine B. And when you start looking at, okay, now these organizational charts have been sent to public state health officials, telling these individuals to get ready for a possible infrastructure set up for people to receive this vaccine A, vaccine B. And interestingly enough, thinking about the population that's going to be impacted by this, the lion's share of service workers are Black, brown, and people of color. So that they're going to be subjected to maybe one or two of these differing vaccines, a courtesy of the Trump administration, whose real focus is the economy by way of the stock market, which we all know the stock market is not the economy. And so because this administration has not, in fact, been truthful, that they have weaponized the Department of Health, HHS, that they've weaponized the FDA. When you think about parts of the CDC that have been weaponized, that we just can't trust because they've not laid out a national strategy. But what they have, in fact, done is skipped over to say, okay, so 186,000 souls have gone. But you know what? We have the answer to it, and we're probably going to have it ready early November, November 2nd. When you have a November 3rd general election, I would say to people, this same person that bragged about being able to remember words that are related to a test for people that unfortunately are experiencing dementia, that this very same person that said it was like magic, it was going to go away, that people not be tricked that people follow the money and actually listen to the science of what people and what we need to do as a nation to actually curb the spread of COVID, and be diligent in waiting for a vaccine that is going to take at least 18 months to 2 years plus, as the science has shared with us.
I ain't got no faith in these folk at all, Reese.
I don't either. And I think that it's very rational to be skeptical or even cynical about this administration's motivations, especially how they have rushed these so-called treatments that aren't in fact treatments to hospitals. However, I do believe in following the science, and I think I will reserve judgment until we actually have something. At this point, it just appears to be more of a publicity stunt, a PR campaign to try to make it seem like Trump has it all under control. But I mean, I don't believe for any reason, for any second, that the United States will be the first to have a vaccine when there's a collective of 170 nations, including the World Health Organization, that is a collaborative on getting a vaccine, which the United States has declined to join. And so I know one thing that's for damn sure: if they don't have the vaccine and Trump puts out a vaccine, I will not be taking that. But I still urge everybody to follow the science and hope. And not just hope, but critically assess whether or not the science is the one that's leading the charge on this vaccine push, or if it's propaganda and the Trump campaign wanted to be reelected.
Thing for me, Greg, is again, I'm not afraid of a vaccine. I'm not one of these anti-vaxxers. I just don't trust these SOBs, and the media is falling for this. Man, ain't no way in hell this vaccine gonna be ready before the election.
Nope.
No, of course not. And one of the things I really appreciate, and I think we all, I'm sure, appreciate about your interview with Dr. Bell, is that you asked him straightforward. And he, as a medical professional and a scientist, could not say, but his silence was telling. You asked him, you gonna take it? And he said, well, you know, we're going to see. We're going to follow the science. And yeah, follow the science is like rule of law. It sounds good in theory. The American presidency has become more and more an imperial presidency, really since the Vietnam era, since the Nixon administration. The courts have kind of abdicated their role. The federal legislature has not served as a check on power. And so, you know, I'm reading a book by Ryan Alford called Permanent State of Emergency. And one of the things that Alford talks about is the fact that what we have now in America prior to Donald Trump really is in some ways an elected dictatorship. The executive branch has kind of overflown its boundaries. So now when you have a consigliere like Tony Barr at the Attorney General's office, I mean, you saw the news today that broke that they want to now prosecute Google and Google's parent company Alphabet for antitrust violations. They want to get that in the pipeline. Now, Barr is overruling career prosecutors at the Department of Justice because they want to get it done before November. There is absolutely no way there's going to be a vaccine. And like you, I'm not putting anything in my arm with a memory of Tuskegee and Henrietta Lacks and what happened to Johns Hopkins, the body snatchers of the cadavers. No, hell no. And in fact, whether a vaccine comes or not, I'm not an anti-vaxxer either, God knows. But we all know that this is being driven, to Reese's point and to Erica's point, this is being driven by politics. You can't trust these people. And when you've allowed a federal executive branch to overthrow the boundaries of its authority through the steady erosion of the rule of law in the judiciary and the federal legislatures abandoning their oversight, then you end up, when you got a white nationalist, a fascist, and his toady consigliere at the Attorney General's office, hey, hold on for all your life, because they're not making any decisions in the best interest of anything other than, as Erica said, the criminal enterprise called Trump Incorporated and the white nationalists who are getting their judges on the benches and getting to pursue their agendas. But we are an afterthought, and they will throw us in the trash, brother.
All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. All right, the folks at Seek.com, black-owned company founded by Mary Spiel. They've had a couple of great products we want you to check out. This is their virtual reality headset, which of course allows for you to watch the content on Seek.com right through your phone. Check it all out in virtual reality. In addition to that, you can also look at 360-degree video on your phone as well. And so that's what this particular headset is. You just simply take your phone, drop it right into the headset, and that's it. Then, of course, you have their 360-degree 4D headphone, which is right here. Of course, Bluetooth enabled, tremendous bass sound. You hear the sound all around. Also, gamers usually got a headset used for that as well. And so you can get one or both of these products or subscribe to Seek.com by going to their website, Seek.com, Seek.com, with the promo code. Come on, guys, show it, RMVIP2020, RMVIP2020. And so go to Seek.com. And so we certainly appreciate Seek being a partner here at Roland Martin Unfiltered, and of course being a sponsor of our bi-weekly tech segment. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. All right, y'all, let's talk digital voter suppression. That is, Stop Online Violence Against Women has announced the launch of a new Stop Digital Voter Suppression project to ensure American votes will not be suppressed by online disinformation campaigns. The new project, endorsed by the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Black Women's Roundtable, MoveOn.org, and others, will focus on messages that use digital media to suppress the votes of targeted communities through disinformation originating from foreign or domestic sources. Joining me now is, to talk about this, is social media analyst and diversity strategist, Shireen Mitchell. Shireen, glad to have you back on the show. So folks who don't understand, what is it that y'all are seeing when it comes to, again, in 2020, which we saw in 2016, this effort to suppress our votes on digital side?
So we've already seen, I think there was a report that came out last week that basically said that there's still Russian actors and other actors pretending to be Black activists, Black people, to basically suppress the vote. We put out the first report that said this in 2018, basically documenting what the 3,500 ads that came from Russia were about. And basically said that they were using Black culture, Black identity to basically suppress the vote. And so not only have we seen this now in 2020, but this has been going on for the last 4 years with very little that has been done about it. And we've been having issues with it. So we've been looking at different versions of this, but also what we're doing with our campaign is to basically say, here are the things that everyone else can do to basically stop digital vote suppression. You should be able to be a part of this to stop this, because we're not having the government do that, and we have problems in terms of people even identifying what the impact is of digital vote suppression is.
So what have you been seeing this year, and how is it ramping up?
Yeah, so this year, similar to 2016, the campaign's about both the same, which is a Russian campaign, basically saying both the Democrats and the Republicans are the same, so don't vote top of the ticket, vote down ballot. Those are consistent stories and aspects that we've been seeing and things that have not changed. So I think everyone should sort of take a little pause when they see commentary like that. The other is basically this conversation that happened about Michigan. You and I had this conversation before on here, about at least twice on here, about the way in which people made it to the polls with all the barriers that they have to get to vote. They got to the polls and they still didn't vote top of the ticket, but they vote completely down ballot. And in Michigan alone, 90K people did not vote top of the ticket, and he won that one state by 11K, and he won overall by 77K. So we know that there's an impact, and what we're trying to say is that we're going to do our best to make sure that people are aware of it and to try to stop that. And that looks very different across the board, because we're seeing not only foreign actors participate in this, but domestic actors. And that means that even politicians and other campaigns are participating in this. We tracked this in 2020 in South Carolina. For example, they were using COVID to try to on online targeting of Black elders to try to keep them from coming out to vote. And that is something that we saw in a domestic campaign in terms of like a progressive campaign as in addition to foreign actors as well as the opposing campaigns. So these are the kinds of things that we need to worry about. COVID is number one in a new version of this targeted. The reason why that they're targeting COVID is because it disproportionately impacts Black and brown people, i.e. they're the ones that change the vote, i.e. this is what's going on in terms of what's going on about where to vote, how to vote, and the disinformation we're seeing about the post office and other aspects of it. So in 2020, what we're seeing a little bit different is the way COVID is being used and also the way that vote by mail is being used.
Questions. Kelly, I'll start with you for Shireen Mitchell.
Sure. So given that it is incredibly difficult to not only keep track, but to root out this corruption, what can we as prospective voters do to basically not be swayed or help our families and other voters to not be swayed by these tactics? Is there anything we can do?
No, yeah, I do believe 100% sure we should be looking at counter narratives and ways in which people should get the right information. So some of the things that we worry about from 2016 is when people are given the wrong information about where to vote and how to vote. And so this COVID aspect and the vote and the vote by mail aspects are really key pieces. So we've been telling people, please go to your Secretary of State websites and get the real information about how you can vote, when you can vote, how early you can vote. And of course, in this moment, we're telling everyone to vote early. We're not, we're also making sure that people understand that if they have to go in to vote, that is safe if they have all the information that they need about what safety means in this environment. There's states like Texas, unfortunately, that are making it very difficult because they're basically telling people if they come in to vote, i.e. because you can't vote by mail, that you have to take your mask off for identity purposes. And that's one of the states that's very problematic in the work that we're trying to do and to deal with. But on a state-by-state basis, many states are actually doing the work necessary to basically make it possible for people to come show up to vote and also to vote by mail. So what I say to people is please check with your Secretary of States and make sure you know what your options are. But also if your Secretaries of State are being barriers to basically say we need some changes here for those who need to vote in a certain way that can't.
All right, Mustafa.
So Roland had shared the coalition that's a part of this. Is there space for other organizations to be supportive as well? And hopefully there is a vetting process also even for those.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So we've been working with groups on the ground that have been doing this work for a couple of years. So we didn't just start this with this one campaign in this moment. What we're doing with this campaign is we basically saying all the partners that we've worked with before, please continue to join us. Yes, absolutely. We want more partners. We have a link on our website that allows more partners to join, to sign up with us. But yes, we are vetting those organizations as well. So the key ones that we still are talking to and working with are, of course, the ones have been doing this work, which is like Leadership Conference for Civil Rights, Lawyers Committee. These are people who have been doing this work for a while and understand the digital vote suppression side of this. So we are continuing to expand who understands this portion of it and working with them.
Malik. All right, something wrong with your microphone again, guys. What's going on? Let's get that fixed. Shireen, go ahead.
I'll just add that part of the projects that people understand is that we're asking individuals to help as well. So as you're talking to your family members and others, if you identify some of the digital vote suppression, basically send that to us, report that to us so we can make sure that we're tracking what you're seeing on the ground in your states. We're definitely looking at key states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. These are big states that were impacted with digital vote suppression as well as on the ground vote suppression in 2016. So we just saw Georgia just again purge another 200K votes. Remember that Wisconsin purged like 1 million voters off the rolls in 2016. So we're looking at those things as well, but we're also wanting to make sure people understand what they need to do and what they can do. One of the things they can do is report to us about what's happening on the ground, but also what's happening in terms of what they see online, that's possible disinformation.
Malik?
Wrong polling places, wrong dates for voting, wrong timelines to stand in line.
All right, Malik, question.
Yeah, so I just wondered, how are you all viewing, because there has been a lot of focus on Russia, but we know at least since 2018, our federal government apparatus have actually talked about things like China. And so we do know that there are distinctions between interfering in our election infrastructure, such as like voting machines and voter registration and things like that. But you have these agents like China who are seems to be focused on our information, a lot of our PII, our personal identifying information. I think that's maybe what it is. But how are you all looking at possible actors like China in ensuring that we're not just focused on Russia, but the whole panoply of actors, Iran, China, and others, to ensure that people are mindful of that too? And I say that because I'm wondering if so much focus on Russia that no one pays attention to what's going with these other actors who've been trying to interfere in our elections for years now.
Yeah, so thank you for saying that. So the reason why we say foreign actors and domestic actors, because we are including any kind of foreign state actors that are participating in the same kind of thing. So what I want you to understand is that even though we know Russia, we have the evidence of Russia, we also know that other countries have decided to use the same tactics. But be clear, so have domestic actors. They're literally using some of the same tactics from 2016 that Russia used. So we're looking at this pattern across the board. We're looking at domestic and we're looking at foreign. So we want people to understand is that as much as we realize that most people think Russia, 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 we're not saying just Russia, Russia, Russia. We're saying it's across the board, foreign actors and domestic actors. But we want people to also understand that domestic actors are participating in this. This includes people you know. This includes current politicians running for office. This includes other entities that we also need to be paying attention to as well, who've taken on some of these behaviors. But ultimately, yes, we are looking across the board at foreign actors in anything that they do in terms of the interference. However, the IP part, which is what you're talking about, has to do with intellectual property. And intellectual property is a little bit different in terms of privacy and the like. We want to make sure that those things don't become problematic in some of these instances. In the sense of what I think you're moving into is sort of like, can the voting machines be hacked? We're still working on what that looks like across the board in terms of that. We still haven't figured that out. We do know in 2016, some of our voting rolls were sort of skimmed through to see how, who's on the list and who's not. We know that those are things that we have to worry about as well in terms of digital voter suppression, but also we have to worry about what's happening on the ground when people being purged from those lists and from those roles. So there's a combination of things that we're looking at across the board.
All right, Shireen, I certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Where can people get more information? Where can they go?
Absolutely. You can go on our website, stoponlinevalor.com, STOPONLINEVAW.com. And you can sign up with our program and help us so they get the word out. I really appreciate you having me online with you, Roland.
All right, Shireen, thanks a lot. All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. Seek.com, folks, a black-owned company founded by Mary Spiel. They got a couple of great products, folks. So this is their virtual reality headset. Allows for you to actually pop this open. You drop your cell phone right into here, close it up, and then you're able to watch VR content right here with this headset. So actually it's pretty cool. So, just put it on, and then this is how it looks. And so what then happens, you can watch the content that's on Seek.com. And trust me, it's pretty cool when you sit here and you feel like you're actually in the room. And so you can also watch 360-degree video on YouTube or your own video as well. So with these headsets right here, then of course they have their 360-degree 4D headphones, which are great. They have this microphone you can attach to this for gamers who want to actually use this while they're also playing. That fell down there. Then you also have that's the headset. Then also their Bluetooth, listen to music. So I listen to it when I go walking. I love listening to it. Great bass. Again, a 360-degree travels across your head. If you want to order one or both of these, or even you want to subscribe to Seek.com, go to CEEK.com. Use the promo code right here, RMVIP2020. RMVIP 2020 to get these products. Certainly make for great gifts. And so we certainly appreciate them being a partner here at Roland Martin Unfiltered, where we also support black entrepreneurs who are also doing doing some great things. And so to Mary Spiegel and her team, thanks a bunch for that. All right, y'all. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. I want to talk about this other thing that happened in the debate, y'all, where Donald Trump brought up, just play the audio, y'all. This Lord.
The waiters?
The herd.
Waiters?
The herd. The herd. Do y'all have the video? Listen, watch this, y'all. Watch this.
Okay, and it is going away, and it's probably going to go away now a lot faster because of the vaccine. It would go away without the vaccine, George, but it's going to go away a lot faster with it. It would go away without the vaccine? Sure, over a period of time. Sure, with time it goes away. And many deaths. And you'll develop herd, like a herd mentality. It's going to be herd developed, and that's going to happen. That will all happen. But with the vaccine, I think it will go away very quickly.
Got to take a quick break.
But I really believe we're rounding the corner, and I believe that's strong.
As you know, Dr. Fauci disagrees with that.
Well, I mean, but a lot of people do agree with me.
See, that's what you asked him. Who?
Let me bring up Dr. Alexia Gaffney, an infectious disease expert. Doc, this fool just said, even with the vaccine, it's just gonna go away. Viruses just don't just go away.
No, they don't, Roland. I mean, if you're going to jump out of your lane, at least speak the right language. It's not herd mentality, it's herd immunity. And it would take for at least 70% of the United States population, you're talking about 200 million people, to become naturally infected with COVID or vaccinated in order for us to gain or develop herd immunity. But the problem is talking about natural herd immunity means that you're just willing to risk more than the approaching 200,000 American lives we've already lost in order to achieve herd immunity. The virus is not just going to go away.
I want you to hold that point. There was a guy, he sent a tweet out, and he, let me switch. I want to show this, y'all. And I just want to get your thoughts on this, because on this whole notion of herd immunity. This is what he, hopefully I can show it. This guy, Kyle Felster. Kyle is he's a breaking news editor at CNN. This is what he said. There are approximately 328.2 million people in the United States. To get the low end of herd immunity, about 60% of the population must catch COVID. That's about 196,920 cases. The current U.S. death rate is about 2.96%. So that means in order to achieve herd immunity, we would have to accept 5,836,679 deaths.
Unacceptable.
So is that calculation correct, that we would have to, so to accept herd immunity, we would also have to accept not just the COVID infections, but the COVID deaths that come from herd immunity?
And that's a conservative number, in
5.8 million.
I'm calling it conservative because if you had that many deaths, imagine how many people are going to require hospitalization. We didn't see peak numbers of COVID all over the United States at the exact same time, but where we had hotspots and epicenters, our health systems were overwhelmed. If we stop everything, we don't do anything to prevent the spread of the virus in a ridiculous attempt to achieve natural herd immunity, we will completely overwhelm our healthcare systems, and we will lose even more American people as a result of this virus, way more than that number is predicting, because that number is based on perfect circumstances, being able to treat those that need to be hospitalized, being able to give everyone who needs it critical care. And we already saw what could happen when our systems become overwhelmed. That is not something that we want to see happening nationwide simultaneously.
This is so. First of all, just explain this herd immunity. There are a number of people who keep saying that's the only way we can do this. They also are suggesting that if you do herd immunity, that once you get it, you can't get it again. That's not true.
No, it's not true that once you get the virus, you can't get it again. Probably a small proportion of people who have been infected will get reinfected, but the reality is we don't know. This is our first time dealing with COVID-19. It's a brand new infection, even though we are 8 months in terms of our knowledge of this virus, but there's still a lot to learn as things progress and evolve. So the concept of herd immunity is that if the majority of your population is immune to an infection that is communicable or contagious from person to person, whether that immunity comes naturally or whether that immunity comes via a vaccination, then you protect the overall population or community or herd, because with less and less individuals susceptible to the infection, then the people who haven't been vaccinated and the people who haven't had the infection are protected because you stop the spread or propagation of the infection. So that number needs to be around 70%. But we already talked about how many lives would be at stake if we allow 200 plus million Americans to become sick with this infection. So we need to continue our social distancing. We need to continue to isolate. We need to continue to wear our masks. We need to continue hand hygiene. We need to continue to avoid large crowds. Everything that we have been doing up until now needs to continue, and it will need to continue even when we have a vaccine available for some time.
I gotta ask you about this here. The CDC Director Robert Redfield testified today about the importance of masks. This is what he had to say.
Go so far as to say that this face mask is more guaranteed to protect me against COVID than when I take a COVID vaccine, because the immunogenicity may be 70%. And if I don't get an immune response, the vaccine's not going to protect me. This face mask will. I might even go so
Doc,
far as to say that.
Your thoughts about that? What he just said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So is a mask better than a vaccine? It's comparing apples to oranges. We still will need to continue to take the isolation and social distance precautions, even when people begin to get vaccinated, because the reality is not everyone is going to get vaccinated, and there's no such thing as a perfect vaccine. So if you're talking about only a particular proportion of the population getting vaccinated and then the vaccine having efficacy or protecting 70% of the people who receive it, there's still some significant gaps that we need to keep in mind. And so we will still need to continue to wear our mask. Nothing in this pandemic situation is a get out of jail free card. So we really just have to be vigilant, and we have to let this thing, in a sense, run its course, but not run its course like take off your mask, go do what you will, return back to life, and see where the cards fall. That's not what we're talking about here. It really needs to be a mass effort, and it needs to be a concerted effort. Everybody needs to be doing the same thing to protect themselves as well as protect one another from the spread of this infection.
Back to that Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. As our community comes together to support the fight against racial injustice, I want to take a second to talk about one thing we can do to ensure our voices are heard. Not tomorrow, but now. Have your voices heard in terms of what kind of future we want by taking the 2020 census today at 2020census.gov? Now, folks, let me help you out. The census is a count of everyone living in the country. It happens once every 10 years. It is mandated by the U.S. Constitution. The thing that's important is that the census informs funding, billions of dollars, how they are spent in our communities every single year. I grew up in Clinton Park in Houston, Texas, and we wanted new parks and roads and a senior citizen center. Well, the census helps inform all of that and where funding goes. It also determines how many seats your state will get in the U.S. House of Representatives. Young black men and young children of color are historically undercounted. which means a potential loss of funding for services that helps our community. Folks, we have the power to change that. We have the power to help determine where hundreds of billions in federal funding go each year for the next 10 years. Funding that can impact our community, our neighborhoods, and our families and friends. Folks, responses are 100% confidential and can't be shared with your landlord, law enforcement, or any government agency. So please, take the 2020 census today. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real. As Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You can make this possible. All of that, folks, as we look at polls showing Joe Biden increasing his lead over Donald Trump. But I keep telling black people, damn those polls. Those are not votes. Ignore the polls. We must stay focused and vigilant when it comes to voting. Of course, lots of things I want to talk about. Joining me now is Michael Blake, New York State Assemblyman. He's also is DNC Vice Chair. Michael, glad to have you here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. This is going to be obviously a critical debate here. The nation gets to see Senator Kamala Harris going one-on-one with VP Mike Pence. His tone and attitude is far different than that of Donald Trump. I do not expect Mike Pence to be interrupting, to be as boorish, to be as arrogant as Trump. But it is going to be important for Senator Kamala Harris tonight to establish the contrast, especially with Pence being head of the White House Coronavirus Task Force when they've had this massive breakout at the White House.
Well, Roland, let's be clear that, Pence may be a little nicer, but it doesn't mean in any way what he's saying is any better. And so this is an opportunity for Senator Harris to make it very clear when she's the next vice president. Here's what we're going to focus on for black folk and communities of color. This is what we're going to do around COVID relief and making sure immediately we have a restart package towards that. This is what we do to protect health care for black communities and brown communities and communities of color. This is what we're doing specifically around restarting the economy for black and brown folk as well. And so, Pence and what's happening in terms of the super spreading on the other side is absolutely irresponsible. And tonight, the country will see the vice president that Senator Harris is going to be for all of us.
We obviously are going to also, you're seeing Donald Trump who went back into the Oval Office. People walk around with PPP in the White House. They're still not really enforcing social distancing as well as masks. The public increasingly are upset with Donald Trump. We're seeing that in the polling data. Tonight is, again, an opportunity to put another nail in the coffin for a second term of Trump-Pence.
Well, let's be very clear. While we continue to pray for the recovery of President Trump and the First Lady and all those their reckless, irresponsible, chaotic, nonsensical approach is the reason why 200,000 plus Americans, including one of my friends, 46-year-old Zeke Cousins, have been called on home too early. And so this is a very clear indication for anyone asking and wondering what's at stake. Black people, black businesses are dead and are not coming back because, in large part, the irresponsibility of Trump and Pence. And so this is an opportunity for us to be very clear and very direct about what's at stake. And, Roland, as you know, I had the opportunity to work in the Obama-Biden administration within the White House, running African-American and minority business outreach for the White House, being on both campaigns. There is no way in hell that we would have had a space where you literally would have had a president who was still sick, going against doctor's orders, returning back to the White House, and putting more people at risk for his own personal gain. And so this is what's at stake right now. People have to understand. I understand you may say you want perfect, but it's about being clear about what's at stake. Do you want to survive and thrive? That's why we're saying that Biden and Harris have to win, not just for our sakes, but for the sakes of generations to come as well.
One of the things, obviously, when we start talking about the issues there, when we start breaking down, again, how do you get people to the polls? How do you speak to them? Last year, black women were very aggressive in saying that the DNC was not listening to them, was not appealing to them. I remember there was a headline that was even in It was in The Hill, where they said, why are black women ghosting the Democratic Party? And that was important. And in fact, here was a piece that was in The Atlantic. Go to my iPad, please. This was a piece, a warning to the Democratic Party about black voters. Cory Booker and Kamala Harris had the same grave message for their fellow candidates, talking about how critically important black voters are. That was that particular piece there. Then you also had another piece that was done, again, examining this here. This is from the New York Times. This was a story, Black Americans have a message for Democrats. Not being Trump is not enough. And then I'm going to pull up the third story here that was speaking to this particular issue that people were looking at. This was the LA Times. Women of color pose a question for Democratic candidates. Why should we vote for you? That obviously is important. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris needs to also get back to Obama era levels when it comes to black voters. How do they do that in the final 27 days?
Well, we first are going to have to be much more direct and clear to everybody that it's not just about Trump being bad, but we're going to tell them why we're good. And as a vice chair of the DNC, as the first black man elected to this senior role since Ron Brown, as a brother who has endured police brutality myself on 2 occasions, and in living in the Bronx where I've seen it firsthand, I want to be very clear with everybody. There is an opportunity on what we can do for black men, for black women, for black people through a Biden-Harris administration. Number one, when we talk about elevating the Minority Business Development Agency to an assistant secretary level and having additional capital to get out to black businesses, that was not happening before. It not only will help us to survive and thrive and build back better, but it will create more opportunities that didn't exist for many of our businesses. When we talk about what has to happen around criminal justice reform, please stop telling me about only your frustration about a crime bill for Senator Biden at the time, or Senator Harris was a prosecutor. Let's talk about what we have done moving forward around a First Step Act and creating more opportunities through Biden when he was a vice president, and say very clearly, this is about how do we have criminal justice changes at larger scale that would happen in the Biden-Harris administration. Number three, let's talk about when it comes to education, whether it be increased funding for black males, for black students, for black families, whether it be student loan forgiveness. So for all of you, especially HBCU students who would obviously get more funding from the Biden-Harris administration, but having the chances of having your loans forgiven, those are the tactical pieces. But then let's take it to that final state, Roland. When we talk about healthcare, black men, we're dying. We're losing our lives. We're losing opportunities. And so we have to ask ourselves, do you trust a racist, sexist, xenophobic person who has done everything possible to not help our communities? Or do we put our faith and hands in the Biden-Harris administration for more funding for community development institutions, to make sure we strengthen the Affordable Care Act, to make sure we're addressing when it comes to mental health, to say very concretely that for our people, black men, black people, this is what's at stake. And so I'm going all out for the next 27 plus days, because it's not just about how do we make it for these 27 days. I am very concerned about how we make it for the next 27 years and beyond. And so next year in 2021, the 100th anniversary of what happened in Greenwood and in Tulsa, when we have the opportunity to transform the game for us as a people, I am appealing to black men very directly. Sitting on the sidelines is helping Donald Trump. We need you in the game. We need to stand up for you. We are here for you. And I'm asking for you, pleading with you to believe in what a Biden-Harris administration would be for us as a people.
But don't you also need to have Joe Biden and Senator Harris making that case as well? Battleground states data is showing 15 to 20% of black men will be voting for Trump. Black women obviously do not like the Republican Party. The reality is, sure, you look at the numbers right now, there's an increase in white voters. People are sitting here looking at, this poll, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16 points. I don't believe those at all. And so if it comes down to the margins, look, 5, 10, 20,000 are going to be important. What are you and others saying in the campaign where to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, where the people can hear them say what you're talking about?
We got to do more. And I think, Roland, the reality is we have been doing the work. whether it be Make It Happen Mondays, when we talk specifically about black businesses, when there was a black business summit that Vice President Biden had in North Carolina, when it was Senator Harris in Michigan, whether it's Shop Talk, whether it's Sister to Sister. We're doing the work and we're organizing and mobilizing. But the reality is, if people are not aware of it and they're not feeling it, there's more we need to do. When we're having Soul of a Nation concerts on digital platforms, when we're going and engaging and having PSAs and digital conversations, when we're telling people about iwillvote.com, when we're amplifying voter protection efforts in 27 states, if there are still brothers out there and sisters out there that are not aware of that, then we got to drill down home. But I want to be very clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are about our black people, period. This is a man who I remember when he was a senator and was the vice presidential nominee, when he went to Macomb County and said very directly, you're going to vote for my friend, Barack Obama, to be the next president. Kamala Harris, when she came out to Iowa and campaigned for us to make sure we had a chance to have a President Obama in the first place. And what I'm saying is the work is happening, but we got to drill down more. And it's coming directly from Vice President Biden, directly from Senator Harris, on down through the campaign. And so our responsibility now is to amplify even more directly to that brother and sister that's on the block that's saying the Democrats are not rocking with me. And it's not that we are not. It's not that our policies are not there. It's not that we're not engaging. It's not that we're not mobilizing, whether it be more than a vote or when we all vote, or engaging with our players and other entertainers and other celebrities. But we will be focused immensely, not on the polls, but on the people, and saying very directly, here's what's at stake to everybody. And so this is a plea. This is us saying that, we need the help. We need your support. We need you to rock with us. And as a DNC vice chair, as I see the opportunity, it's not just about a Biden-Harris victory. This is about what could happen in Georgia with Warnock, or in South Carolina with Jamie Harrison. This is about creating more opportunities for all of us as a people, elevating a Cedric Richmond, who's our campaign co-chair, and Lisa Blunt Rochester, as well as another campaign co-chair, demonstrating our appreciation of Jim Clyburn as majority whip, but saying to the brothers in Michigan and in Wisconsin and in Arizona and in Florida and in Ohio, no matter the South Side or the South Bronx, we are ready to rock with you, stand with us, and give us a chance so we can demonstrate what it would be in the Biden-Harris administration.
The last question I want to ask you. Yesterday, we had, of course, Terrence Woodbury with Hit Strategies, as well as Alicia Garza with Black Futures Lab. They released their survey. And one of the things that they showed is that voters under 50, whether they were LGBTQ or not, there were some issues there. This is what The Root wrote. While 69% of black people over the age of 50 felt their vote was an extremely powerful tool to create change in their communities, less than half of younger black folks felt this way. More than a third, 37% of young black Americans felt their vote was not a powerful mechanism for effecting change. So exactly, again, what is this campaign doing? Biden is doing very well, again, with older white voters. He has peeled some of that support back from Donald Trump, even in Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. But when you look at those younger black voters, what they're saying is, I'm not feeling the Democratic Party like my grandparents and my parents. What's the argument you're making to them as to why they should look at Biden-Harris and not just look at them, but actually cast that vote?
Because marching in the streets is not enough, Roland. I come to you as someone who is a New York Assembly member and, again, as a DNC vice chair, and I look at this from all perspectives. I look at when we saw the brutal effort of what happened against Jacob Blake and the dynamic that happened there. What happened here? We changed policies so you could no longer have police misconduct be shielded. You look at what's going on in Virginia when they have a racial commission that they're now moving forward on and preparing and advocating for the signage of a bill that would decertify officers with police misconduct. When we saw what happened before in Ferguson, which led to local elections and transformation that happened on the ground. And so what I'm saying to everybody, number one, when we talk about what's mobilizing us as a people, we are pissed off of black people being killed and martyred and left in the streets. We are tired of saying over and over, say her name and say his name. And we think about the work of Until Freedom, of Tamika Mallory and my son and Angelo and everyone else that's there. When we think about Justice League, when we think about Kentucky Alliance, At the end of the day, it is not just about us being out in the streets. We need policies to change. So to my brothers and my sisters, especially younger ones, who are saying to themselves, it doesn't matter. I want to be very clear with you. Are you angry with Daniel Cameron for not moving forward? If the answer is yes, then vote. If you're angry about what happens over and over in Wisconsin and the injustice on the ground, if you are, then vote. If you want to see transformation that can happen on the federal level, so we can have police misconduct understood on the national dynamic, so you can decertify officers that are not doing the right things, then vote. It is not enough to just protest. You have to vote for the policies to change. And so at the end of the day, that is our direct plea to the young people. If you believe in these things and you want to see transformation in a very real way, that is only going to happen by making sure you fill out the census before the end of this month and making sure that you vote. And if you're willing to stand in line for the concerts and stand in line for the sneakers, I need you to stand in line to make sure your vote is counted so that we can actually make some real changes and build back better in 2021.
My suggestion to the Biden campaign is what you just said in the last 60 to 90 seconds. Take that, put that sucker into a video and put that on Black radio, Black TV, and on Black digital platforms, because that's the message that needs to be heard, and they need to be hearing it as well from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Mike Blake, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Always, Brad. Thank you.
All right, folks, back to that Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. All right, we support Black-owned businesses here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. The folks at Seek.com, they, of course, have a couple of things. Their virtual reality headset right here, folks. You just drop your cell phone right in. You can look at their content on Seek.com or look at 360-degree video right here through this headset. It's an absolute, actually, it's pretty fabulous to actually be in the room, in the place with that virtual reality video. They also have these great 360-degree 4D headphones. Gamers love them. You can listen to music, watch videos, great surround sound. All of that's great. These two devices here you can get from Seek.com, CEEK.com. Use the promo code RMVIP2020. RMVIP2020. And we certainly thank Mary Spiel, the founder of the company, and folks at Seek.com for being supporters of Roland Martin Unfiltered. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real as Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You can make this possible. We are going to see a lot more of this arena again. Every single effort focused. Republicans are targeting all of these places, and they're going state by state. Texas, Missouri, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida. It's on and on and on. They do not want all of the ballots to be counted.
Yeah, because they know if they are, the big problem is that they will be swept out. And they won't retain these majorities that they have in state legislatures. They won't have the majority in the Senate. They're scared. I mean, this is about fear. And this is how Republicans operate. They instill fear. You know, they call out the left for being alarmist all the time. But what they have done in the minds of the base, the Trump base especially, we see a fear has been instilled of Black and brown people. I see it even in the narrative against Kamala Harris, for example. You know, let's not make any mistake. Tonight, sexism will be alive and well in the aftermath. I mean, people have questioned how she got to where she is, almost invalidating her, not just as a person, a daughter of immigrants, a Black Baptist who is married to a Jewish dad now, but somebody that really doesn't deserve to be where she is. And this is exactly why they do what they do. These governors, you know, they'll I can't even tell you, these dirty efforts. It should come as no surprise. This has been done in the dark for so long. Only now are we seeing the transparency that really we thought we had in this country. It's taken the work of great nonprofits, and it's going to continue to be
outside of the political structure that people are going to have to go digging to see just how people's rights have been infringed upon at the state level. And local elections matter. People say it all the time. We don't know it until we feel it. And this is the year that we know that getting in the streets, that even hasn't helped. We will continue to be devalued, disenfranchised by Republican state lawmakers for as long as we keep them in power. There are so many more bad than there are good. And I know this because of my career, Republican politics, I've seen it at all levels. I've been told, no, there's so many good ones that don't believe what you're saying. They really believe that this is an America for all of us. But you got to look at how these people come up. It's so important that we read up on the candidates. This is the first year that I've seen such a push, and again, from nonprofit organizations all across the country that are from the center, they're nonpartisan, that say this is the first year that I've really heard a push that says, read up, do your homework on who's on the ballot. Because if you go deeper into their backgrounds, you can suss out what doesn't smell right. And we're seeing that right now with the Supreme Court nominee from the Republican side, Amy Coney Barrett. And she's a real life handmaid. When we're finding out these details, it's shocking. And we know how they will govern when we read these details about their path.
All right, folks, back to that Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. All right, we support Black-owned businesses here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. The folks at Seek.com, they, of course, have a couple of things. Their virtual reality headset right here, folks. You just drop your cell phone right in. You can look at their content on Seek.com or look at 360-degree video right here through this headset. It's an actually, it's pretty fabulous to actually be in the room, in the place with that virtual reality video. They also have these great 360-degree 4D headphones. Gamers love them. You can listen to music, watch videos, great surround sound. All of that's great. These two devices here you can get from Seek.com, CEEK.com. Use the promo code RMVIP2020. RMVIP2020. And we certainly thank Mary Spiel, the founder of the company, and the folks at Seek.com for being supporters of Roland Martin Unfiltered. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real as Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You can make this possible.
The CDC has identified a case of coronavirus in Washington state. The words about a pandemic at this point?
No, we're not at all, and it's going to be just fine. Whatever happens, we're totally prepared.
We, the scientists, knew what to do for the pandemic response. The plan was in front of us, but leadership would not do it. It is time to lay our careers on the line and push back.
It's clear the United States did not perform to the best of its ability with the coronavirus.
What went wrong for us?
The truth is that political leaders caused avoidable death and destruction.
The scientists sounded the alarm every day. The U.S. government was doing nothing.
One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear. It'll be wonderful. It'll be a gift from heaven.
It's complete bullshit. He has no idea what he's talking about.
I decided to break protocol and alert Americans.
A key government scientist was removed because he wouldn't climb on the president's bandwagon.
They started to blame other people, and it was frightening. There was real fear of retribution, and we were watching the number of deaths in the U.S. tick higher and higher.
Do you take responsibility?
No, I don't take responsibility at all.
We've never had a failure like this.
The truth is finally coming out.
There's so much to expose.
We have it totally under control.
Those are some of the viral ads that were dropped in response to Trump and coronavirus, really from a debate on Tuesday. Today, Joe Biden, he spoke in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where he talked about coronavirus, but also he talked about health care.
Hey, folks. Good afternoon. Before I start, let me explain the delay. We wanted to make sure that we're doing everything by the numbers. And so I got two COVID tests this morning, one in Delaware and one by the former White House doc who came up, and everything is clear. We wanted to make sure everything was clear before I came. And we were supposed to have an event after this at a headquarters, but based on the crowd size and an indoor, it was concluded by the docs that best not to do it. But I want to thank all of you. I want to thank Matt. And Matt, you're dead right. You were putting yourself on the line, and a lot of other people did all across this country in your union. And I want to thank David Way, Secretary Treasurer of Local 951, for having me here today. Look, I'd like to start by acknowledging.
The reason I wanted to show that is because we talked about, folks who are just joining us. Of course, Donald Trump is now at Walter Reed Medical Center after testing positive for coronavirus. It is important there, Rob, for Joe Biden to give that speech wearing his mask, because in moments like this, you need leadership. He talked about at the opening there in terms of how they involve in testing as well. He's wearing that N95 mask. People follow leadership. And then when leaders disavow masks and disavow social distancing, the rest of the public is like, well, what the hell? If it's good for them, it's good for me. This is exactly the kind of leadership we need right now.
Yep. Well, so goes the leadership, so goes the culture, so goes an organization, and so goes a nation. So we absolutely need a leader that understands that what you say matters, what you do matters, and people do follow what other people do. And we've seen people follow, unfortunately, this current president off a cliff. And the president's fallen and got himself in trouble. And so now I hope people can step back, breathe, and not let their emotions or not just be totally irrational, and see that science works, data works, and this is about protecting other people. Because had we done this earlier, we didn't have to have 207,000 people dead, and however many others are going to be affected in the future now. This could have came under control, and I think would have had Donald Trump done the same thing that Joe Biden is doing. It is not political to wear a mask. It is about being safe. Hard stop. And so I hope people get back to that, and we can actually get back to focusing on issues that matter. We can come together as a country and just really get off this stupidity, because this has really hurt us. Not only stupidity, but this dangerous attitude that science doesn't matter, facts don't matter. The only thing that matters is what makes me feel good.
Quentin, go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the day, if Donald Trump comes out and then he really just pushes the coronavirus issue, then I think we'll see a change. Other than that, I really don't think we will. In the end of the day, like you said, the leadership matters. And right now, he's the leader of the country. He sets the tone, right? So at this time, we have a leader that still says that it's not important. If he even him going to the hospital, I feel
and in
like
fact, and hold tight 1 second. In fact, the White House has released this. Kayleigh McEnany has released this statement. President Trump remains in good spirits, has mild symptoms, and has been working throughout the day. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. Folks, this tells you that this is more serious, and they keep trying to let everybody believe. If y'all see it, this is the, let me know if y'all actually see it here. This is the statement. President Trump remains in good spirits, has mild symptoms, and has been working throughout the day out of an abundance of caution. And at the recommendation of his physician and medical experts, the president will be working from the presidential offices at Walter Reed for the next few days. President Trump appreciates the outpouring of support for both he and the First Lady. That's from Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. Quentin, again, you don't work from the presidential office at Walter Reed for the next few days if you have mild symptoms.
Right. I mean, for sure, it's more serious than what they're putting off. But at the same time, it's the narrative that they're going to put out in the coming days, right? because I don't think they can make a hard switch as far as they've been pushing. I mean, it's at the point that people are storming state houses and everything, just saying that it's a hoax. And even though he has it, unless something serious happens to this man, I just really don't see them changing their platform on it.
Well, they're going to have to change their platform. It's projected that another 150, 200,000 people will die before the end of the year. President and First Lady have it. I mean, so many people have had this virus. Many of them have survived. Some have not. I certainly don't expect him to reverse himself on mask wearing, but I do expect him to put one on. And I bet the doctors at Walter Reed will tell him the same thing. And now that we know that how highly contagious he is, let me repeat that, how highly contagious he is, if he walks out of the White House without a mask on, somebody ought to arrest him. That's hyperbole. That's hyperbole. But I mean, it's really absurd.
Not that much.
Got it.
But you know,
Understand? No. Look, I understand your point. Bottom line is this here. Again, the games that they played, it should be no games. And this is where, if you were the chief of staff, Mark Meadows, you would have some guts and say, look, he's in the hospital, mandatory mask in the White House. You completely put in real rules. You listen to Dr. Anthony Fauci. That's what they should do. All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. All right, folks at Seek.com, of course, they black-owned company founded by Mary Spiel. They have a couple of great products that you can actually get. This is their VR headset. This headset, folks, allows for you to actually take your cell phone, pop it right into here, close it up, and then you can actually watch the VR content, the virtual reality content on Seek.com right there through your phone. Actually, it's pretty cool. You can also look at 360-degree video from other websites as well, and it puts you literally right there where the video was shot. And so they have this particular headset right here. They also have their 360-degree 4D headphones. And so these headphones right here, which are Bluetooth. Also, they have the headset, which you use for when if you're for all you gamers out there. And then, of course, it has this amazing sound, really, which actually covers around. Typically, you just have the headphones just right here, but this actually has a sound that goes all around your head. I love these headphones. Love listening to music with them and watching videos as well. And so, all you got to do, folks, is go to Seek.com, Seek.com. Use the promo code RMVIP 2020. That's RMVIP 2020 to actually try these out. And so that's what we want you to do. All right, folks. So again, go to Seek.com. In America, everyone counts, and the 2020 census is how that great promise is kept. Respond today online, by phone, or by mail, and help inform hundreds of billions in funding for education, health programs, and more. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. The idiot had a conference at the White House today, all white historians, where he announced he's going to be signing an executive order creating a National Patriotic Education Commission. He took the time to slam the 1619 Project. Let's just say he was just simply talking to more white people. Listen to this, fool.
Like those of Howard Zinn that try to make students ashamed of their own history. The left has warped, distorted, and defiled the American story with deceptions, falsehoods, and lies. There is no better example than the New York Times totally discredited 1619 Project. This project rewrites American history to teach our children that we were founded on the principle of oppression, not freedom. Nothing could be further from the truth. America's founding set in motion the unstoppable chain of events that abolished slavery, secured civil rights, defeated communism and fascism, and built the most fair, equal, and prosperous nation in human history.
I just love Reese, how these white folks are just crazy about the 1619 Project, as if they just made it up, as if none of that stuff happened.
I mean, we had a whole ass war to end slavery. So what is he talking about? Like, oh, our founding led to slavery being abolished. No, it actually did not. There was a war. They're fighting over these Confederate statues, so they seem to have known that there was a war. It's absolutely ridiculous. This is what it looks like when you have a fascist government, when you have a government that's all about propaganda, whether it's vaccine propaganda, whether it is propaganda about history, whether it's propaganda about science, climate change, things of that nature. What Donald Trump and the Republican Party want to create is an alternate universe that extends beyond Fox News and actually extends into the classrooms, and it extends into how we are actually teaching people about our American history, which, by the way, is already inadequate. By the way, there's already not enough information about the true nature of the way that this country was founded and the fact that we are still fighting for basic civil rights to this day. And so this is just another one of his ploys to try to create an alternate reality. Unfortunately, Donald Trump and Betsy DeVos are over the government, and they have a large degree of power to actually see that these kinds of indoctrination, alternative histories actually make it into the classrooms, and that's very scary.
Erica, this is all about appealing to whiteness. Donald Trump, Bill Barr, their whole deal, they want to appeal to white voters and attacking 1619 Project. Oh, it's distorted, it's been discredited. Actually, no, it hasn't. And guess what? They can try to run away from it all they want to. They can try to call this the 1776 Commission. Listen to y'all. 1619 happened. So did 1620, 1621, 22, 23, 24, 25, all the way up. 1863 happened. 1865 happened. The Great Compromise of 1877 happened. Jim Crow happened. Black people having their land stolen happened. The peonage system, that happened. Pig laws, that happened. Lynching, that happened. Racism during World War I, that happened. Racism during World War II, that happened. Racism during Korea, that happened. Racism during Vietnam War, that happened. I mean, we can just go on and on. I mean, here's my whole deal. If these white folks really want to have a debate, y'all, here's the deal. We're more than prepared to have it. You know why? Because we now own shit. We now own media. And here he had all these historians, not a single black historian at his so-called little commission today, little White House on history, Erica.
Yeah, why would they be? I mean, this is all about white supremacy. This is about a person whose father was arrested at a Klan rally, really living out his best years. And so if everyone is to buy into white mythology, which says that this noble Italian came across the shores and discovered America, and then fast forward to 1619, there were people that immigrated to the U.S. and labored the U.S. soil to make it the wealthiest country in the world. That is white mythology. The truth of the matter is that this country was founded on nothing less than genocide and nothing less than theft. Full stop. And so he's talking to people that want to continue to live in this world where that is really the gospel. But it's not the truth. And it is very much so an unrepentant history. And so when you think about the way that Betsy DeVos, who only came into power because, as Dr. Carr says, smiling Mike Pence casted the tie-breaking vote in the Wells and the Senate as the president of the Senate, you now see how they have joined forces in order to continue to depress and oppress Black folks, right? So particularly Black children, just coming off of the last segment that you just had there a moment ago. And so if people don't really kind of use these as smelling salts to understand that these people mean nobody any good, The goal is oligarchies in place. The goal is to have an authoritarian government ran by a white man, held down by white men. And in that direction, it doesn't matter who gets dozed over. It will be Black and brown people largely, but there will be white casualties as well. And so if people don't really come into the understanding that the media is just a tool to really telegraph the message of the apartheid state that the United States of America is headed into, I don't know what, other evidence that people need that this is really nothing more than a group of folks who will do nothing, will stop at nothing rather, to have all of the power that they actually demand.
And Greg, the whole deal with bringing up Howard Zinn and all this other nonsense. I mean, these are illiterate people. These are individuals who know nothing. These are individuals who are full of it. Stephen Miller, we know damn well Trump can't read, and so hell, he can barely even say the number 1619 1776. But again, and not only that, I have the story right here. Go to my iPad. Dallas Independent School District apologized for an assignment that asked high school students to write an essay about a modern hero and suggested Kyle Rittenhouse, the 17-year-old charged with killing 2 people during protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I mean, I have been saying to people since 2009, we're living in the age of white minority resistance, where white people are in the majority, but they have the people like, oh, no, we're losing. When they keep saying we're losing our culture, our values, what they're actually saying, Greg, is whiteness no longer dominates. What they're saying is, damn, we got to actually consider Black people and consider Latinos and consider Asians and Native Americans. We now got to listen to y'all. That's all this is.
That's right. Roland, and this is why everybody needs to break off some change and support Roland Martin Unfiltered, because this is your platform. This is Black owned, and you can say whatever you want to whoever you want. 3 quick things. Number 1, he's not well. Something wrong with that man. You saw him laboring, going from teleprompter to teleprompter. Something wrong with him. And Howard Zinn, who died 10 years ago, could have walked in there and shook his hand. He wouldn't have known who he was talking about, which leads me to the second of the 3 points. Because this is your platform, because it is Black-owned, because it is unfiltered and unvarnished, I hope you can track down Jean Guerrero, because the author of that speech, Stephen Miller, she breaks him down in hate monger. I want to watch you and Jean Guerrero have a conversation about Stephen Miller, because that is the words, as you say, that were going through his mouth as he moved his rotting body from teleprompter to teleprompter, because something is wrong with him. And the third thing is, Stephen Miller is Joseph Goebbels, the man they called the Poison Dwarf, who in 1933, when the Nazis took over in Germany, that's why Erica just laid this out. This ain't about truth. When Goebbels was appointed Minister of Propaganda in the Nazi regime in 1933, the first thing he did was ban books by Jewish authors. Yes. Then he started putting this propaganda out, and finally that Goebbels had the famous quote that says, if you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. This ain't no arguing about the truth or a lie. This is about propaganda. He went on to say that the lie can be maintained only as long as the state can shield the people from the political, the economic, and the military implications of the lie. In other words, that's why the COVID thing is about. They just straight propaganda, and it can only be maintained as long as you can shield the people from the implications. But the people are dying now. Finally, Goebbels said the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie. And thus, by extension, the truth is the mortal enemy of the state. Understand what they are doing. Let's not waste any more time debating whether or not, do they know, do they not know? So this is Goebbels in 33, man. This is straight propaganda. As Reese has said and as Erica said, this is straight propaganda. I would love to hear you and Jean Guerrero talk about Stephen Miller for a solid hour and a half, because if we don't get this straight, we are going to be living in that apartheid state that Erica just talked about.
All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment. As our community comes together to support the fight against racial injustice, I want to take a second to talk about one thing we can do to ensure our voices are heard. Not tomorrow, but now. Have your voices heard in terms of what kind of future we want by taking the 2020 census today at 2020census.gov? Now, folks, let me help you out. The census is a count of everyone living in the country. It happens once every 10 years. It is mandated by the U.S. Constitution. The thing that's important is that the census informs funding, billions of dollars, how they are spent in our communities every single year. I grew up in Clinton Park in Houston, Texas, and we wanted new parks and roads and a senior citizen center. Well, the census helps inform all of that and where funding goes. It also determines how many seats your state will get in the U.S. House of Representatives. Young black men and young children of color are historically undercounted, which means a potential loss of funding for services that helps our community. Folks, we have the power to change that. We have the power to help determine where hundreds of billions in federal funding go each year for the next 10 years. Funding that can impact our community, our neighborhoods, and our families and friends. Folks, responses are 100% confidential and can't be shared with your landlord, law enforcement, or any government agency. So please, take the 2020 census today. Shape your future. Start at 2020census.gov. You want to support Roland Martin Unfiltered? Be sure to join our Bring the Funk fan club. Every dollar that you give to us supports our daily digital show. There's only one daily digital show out here that keeps it black and keep it real as Roland Martin Unfiltered. Support the Roland Martin Unfiltered daily digital show by going to RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. You can make this possible.
America, we need to have a tough conversation. We need to talk about what the next 98 days are going to look like. Trump can't run on the economy because he's destroyed it. And he cannot run on his response to the coronavirus because it is a disaster with 150,000 dead. So Donald Trump is going to play 3 cards in his final days before the election. Card number 1, he's going to start a civil war. He's going to sell hate.
Black lives don't matter at all to me. White lives matter.
He knows he doesn't have the black or Latino vote.
Look at my African American over here. They're rapists.
So his plan is to scare the hell out of white people.
You can't do the mail-in ballots because you're going to have tremendous fraud.
His entire campaign will boil down to if you don't elect Trump, black and Latino people will fall from the sky and take over the country.
She got the gun on me. Get away. She got the gun on me.
With the full support of Bill Barr, Trump is sending officers into major cities to incite riots.
Violent rioters and anarchists.
He creates the images, then uses them to fundraise and scare white voters.
There is no one here to answer your emergency call.
Card number 2, he's going to promise a vaccine that is not remotely ready. Trump lies about everything, and he's betting that he can sell you on the promise of a vaccine before the election.
As soon as a vaccine is approved, which could be very, very soon.
It would take then about a year to a year and a half to be fully confident that we would have a vaccine that would be able to protect the American people.
And even then, it's complicated. Because the best case scenario is likely a 2-dose vaccine given 30 days apart to 350 million Americans. That's 700 million doses. Think about how badly testing went wrong. Do you think the vaccine is going to go much better? Card number 3, he's going to try an October surprise on Joe Biden. It will be big, loud, and another lie. And if history is any indicator, it will be widely covered by the media without any vetting. Trump can't run on his record, so he's going to run on fear and false promises.
Right, and then I see the disinfectant. And is there a way we can do something like that? By injection.
He'll promise anything to get reelected.
All right, folks, that Don Winslow ad, Lauren, when he says he wants to scare white voters, that's the plan. It's real clear.
It's very clear. The sad part, of course, is that I suspect there's not anywhere near as many white voters out there as as stupid as Donald Trump. Like this idea that Donald Trump thinks that everybody is stupid like he is I think completely faulty, and that's why you're seeing in a lot of these battleground states, particularly with white women specifically. The polls are showing that they are hugely against Donald Trump. So this strategy is going to be a big loser. This idea that it's, 1920 or 1940, I mean, that's the world that Donald Trump unfortunately lives in. It's really sad. We already know he's probably the most dangerous president that we've had, in American history. Unfortunately, I do think we're going to get to a conversation here with regard to whether or not the military district of Washington or somebody is going to have to take him out at noon on Jan 20, 2021, because he'll play with this idea of not leaving or play with this idea that the election is not legit. And for no other reason than he just, wants to be in control of things. He at some level, even somebody who's so deeply stupid and narcissistic as Donald Trump at some point has to realize he has no idea what he's doing. He's a glorified fake-ass real estate agent that lucked into the presidency, had 2.8 million votes fewer than Hillary Clinton. He has no idea what he's doing. I suspect there's people in the White House, that are close to him. I mean, family members that understand that they have no idea what they're doing, probably secretly thinking and secretly hoping that they lose this thing and go back to New York, because it is extremely, extremely dangerous situation that we have in front of us right now.
Derek, I think absolutely this whole idea of, again, trying to scare the hell out of white people. But here's the deal, though. He's scaring the hell out of white people. We talk about coronavirus. I want to show you this. The folks said COVID-19 tracking. This is what they just dropped 38 minutes ago. Go to my iPad. Our daily update is published. States reported 889,000 tests today, the second highest total ever, along with 68,000 cases. States reported 1,308 deaths today as the 7-day average continues to rise. And you see those numbers there. Look, bottom line is here. He would love to run the economy, but coronavirus and how it's going, not good news for Donald Trump. His only tactic is to scare these white folks to vote.
Again, y'all offer a lot of opinion on this show.
That's the point.
I think, oh my God.
That's the point. Your opinion.
Y'all offer a lot of opinion on this show. And unfortunately, everybody don't agree with y'all's opinion. And when people don't agree with your opinion, it don't make them stupid. It don't make them wrong. They just don't agree with you.
Some folks are stupid and wrong.
Oh, man, come on now, dude. So if I don't agree with everything that you say, I'm stupid and wrong.
No. Some people are stupid and wrong.
Yeah, Donald Trump is stupid and wrong.
So the hundreds of millions of Americans that agree with him are all stupid and wrong.
Well, actually, hold on. You just said the hundreds of millions of Americans that agree with him. First of all, wait. No, hold on. No. Hold up. Wait. You just said the hundreds of millions of Americans
that agree with him are ignorant and stupid.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Yes, Rob, your point. Rob, go ahead.
Then I'm an ignorant and stupid ass too.
Rob, go ahead.
Back on your show.
Well, I want to say this. If you're going to go out and not wear a mask.
Let me just be off your show. I'm an ignorant, stupid ass too.
Rob, go ahead.
If you're going to not wear a mask because this president tells you not to, would you call that smart? Would you call it smart that you have an infectious disease and you see people dying that you're going to continue to do that? I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's a smart thing to do. I don't think it's a wise thing to do. I don't think it's a prudent thing to do. If you want to do that, that is your constitutional right to do that. People have a constitutional right to do as dumb as they want to. But you know what? But then you don't have a right to put others in jeopardy. That's the problem. And so
you don't have a right to call people stupid because they don't agree with you.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's stupid not to wear a mask when you're putting yourself at risk. Why would you want to do that to yourself and your family? It's selfish. It's that too. You want to say all those things? Those are selfish, stupid things to do.
Well, people
and
agree
it's
with
not going to help us.
Yeah, no, they just don't agree with you.
Stupid because they don't agree. I'm saying that Donald Trump is stupid
because they don't agree with you. They're stupid.
I'm not saying that they're not.
One second. No, wait. Right, no, wait. Here's the deal. I'm going back to what the top.
If I'm stupid, don't have me back on here.
Well, no, because here's the deal. It's important for people to see and hear stupid. But here's the deal. Well, that's fine, but you can be replaced. Here's the whole deal. I started off by saying I started off by saying, like seriously, Derek, now you're really acting like an Omega. Here's the whole deal. I started off by saying, is Donald Trump going to scare white people? That was the whole point of it. And yes, Donald Trump is trying to scare white people. That's what he's trying to do. It's abundantly clear. It's real clear. Rob, Lauren, make your final point. We'll see if Derek wants to come back, but he signed off. But go ahead.
Well, baby.
Yeah, but that's what the right is trying to do. They're trying to get people outraged that they're calling you stupid. They're trying to take away your country. They're taking away your First Amendment rights to go to church. No, we're not. We're trying to make sure you live. And we're trying to get you to listen to facts. And I don't want anybody to die anymore when they don't have to. That is stupid to go out to a political rally just because he tells you to, when he's going to go out and wear a mask, but he's going to put you at risk. That's not smart. That's not wise. It's reckless. Why do this? Like, this is not smart. And we can do better things as Americans. Let's actually argue over tax policy and things like that. Let's go back to arguing over that, not arguing over scientific facts. Stop it. This is crazy.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Look, people who want to sit on TV and cape for these idiots, give me a break. I mean, what do you, is Derek getting a little paycheck from these people? Like, what are you proving? Like, defending Donald Trump. Donald Trump is one of the stupidest presidents we've had in American history. And his inaction, his lack of having a plan, has contributed to the deaths of 150,000 Americans. Like, what more do you need to happen at this point? And if you want to be an idiot and get on and defend that, okay, it's a free country. The First Amendment is there for a reason. But you think if I am or anybody else is going to sit here and not call this out for what it is on a daily basis, you got to be out of your mind.
And here's the deal.
And so what?
And here's the deal. And here's the deal. Very simple. Okay, my last comment on this topic. Here's the deal.
They call us
No. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. If I disagree with you, I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to push back. Now, you could be all upset, mad, like, oh my goodness, why are you disagreeing with me? But I'm going to disagree with you. Get over it. It's going to happen. Now, here's the deal. If you don't want to come back, you ain't got to come on. But I was being very factual. I will replace you. The deal is real simple. I don't care. I've had other people who say, I'm not coming back. Okay, there will be a panel on Monday and on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. Gotta go to a break. All right, folks, back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just